Southeast Asia, our very own Southeast Asia, of course. And this is going to be an interesting time because we're looking at some very different teams this time around. Of course, Full Sense is still there, RPG, RT champions. Now the question is, are they going to be able to keep that status, or is someone else going to be able to step up to the plate?
Yeah, and other than that, we have been seeing Blacklist International coming from Philippines and even like a couple more representatives from Japan and as well as Brazil. Unfortunately, we no longer have any Brazilian representatives here on the stage, but we are hoping that they will be able to come back stronger as time goes by. But now let us focus at the present. RIDDLE Order and as well as another team from Japan. Well, this is gonna be quite of a knack for us. Most importantly, that two representatives of Japan still on the bracket and one for each for Thailand and Philippines.
Yeah, so we were essentially getting a 50-50 split between Southeast Asia and the Japan server. And I think FENNEL as well, right?
Yep.
They did play a few days ago, but it did not work out. So when we're going to be looking at here, I think RIDDLE Order and Blacklist, this one's kind of a toss-up for me. The 50-50 based on what they looked like yesterday during their knockout stages. But, of course, I think Full Sense is going to be a really interesting thing to see later. But of course, in case you guys don't know how PARAVOX works out, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very high, fast-paced shooter here. It's a 3v3 shooter designed to be really intense, right?
Yep.
So you need to be quick and communicative with your team to be able to achieve the topmost level of gameplay when it comes here. So team synergy, the depth of strategy as well. Despite the fact that it's such a fast-paced game, you need to be able to make split-second decisions like that.
Yes, and if you really want to or you have like this adrenaline rush on you and you have this preference for fast-paced games, will definitely give a try for PARAVOX, guys. And you can see some of the games here played by our pro teams, but let us now focus on our format. Of course, we will be coming from our regional qualifiers where the top two teams from each region will advance towards our second stage, and we have our global stage day one. And yeah, I guess that's yesterday.
Yeah.
And currently, we are down to the final day wherein they will be having this lion's share of 10 million Japanese yen.
That's insane. Can you imagine the amount of pressure now on these teams, right? The 10 million yen. And just in case you didn't know, the qualifying stage has its own prize pool as well.
Yes.
So it's really everyone's game. You have more than enough opportunities to get your winnings, but of course, you don't want to stop there. You want to be able to be the top, the best of the best, which is why we're now here in the top 4 out of the entire world here for the global stage.
Really excited for this current lineup of teams that we currently have, and most importantly that some of these already we have been able to see glimpses of them, and of course the ones were mainstayers already. But I feel like FENNEL has been like the first time where we are going to be seeing them here in the global stage since everything's pretty new. So yeah, and right here in our rules tournament format, well, this is going to be a single elimination tournament featuring 4 teams, so there will be no lower bracket runs present in this time around.
Yeah, we do have a battle for a third. So it's not over yet if you lose in your first series for today. But the way that it works is it's not really a double elimination bracket. It's more like a single elimination. Then we have battle for third, which is going to be a best of 3. When we get into our grand final, it will be the best of 5 as well.
Indeed. And of course, we are going to be seeing multiple maps as well, so already up to them which ones are going to be their preference here. And we're hoping to see some of the maps that we haven't seen from time to time, like Waterfront and latest Miyako, that is definitely based here in Japan. And I feel like we are also going to be having a look at our bracket, wherein, once again, the 4 teams remaining here: RIDDLE Order from Japan, Blacklist International from Philippines, FENNEL from Japan, and Full Sense from Thailand.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, there are so many possibilities here, right? You can have that 50-50 split in our in the grand final between a Japanese team and a Southeast Asian team, but there's also the possibility of C versus C and Japan versus Japan because of the fact that, unfortunately, neither of the Brazil seeds have made it into the grand final stage. But of course, you can see the price that's at stake, man.
Wow.
Just being here in the top 4. You already are guaranteed 800,000 yen in third place, 1.2 million yen, 2 million yen for second, and 6 million yen
Yeah.
for our grand champion.
It's insane. Heavy breathing for all these players. But other than that, I am really looking forward to answering the question of will something finally change this time around in the day 2 of our global stage? Will Full Sense still be defending their throne of being the champions from every single tournament that we have here from PARAVOX? Or will our Japanese teams finally take the lead here? Or even Philippines, who has been always on the second placer? And will they be tired of that? Will they be finally being one of the champions? Or will they be the ones who be falling off first? So yeah, that's something that we are going to be looking into this time.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting time, man. Because Full Sense, they've been at the very, very top of the meta ever since. You can see them farming the weeklies. You can see Blacklist always in second place in the Southeast
Yeah.
Asian weeklies, right? And another thing that we want to look at right now is how the regions match up as well. Because I don't know about you, but I have a feeling that the C server is very competitive. But when
True.
you're pit up against a different region, there's changes in play style. There's a difference in
Of
how they
course.
play the game, and because of that, right, we are not gonna know until we actually end up on the maps for today.
And that's also the beauty of having these global stages. You would be able to get more information how the other regions play, integrate that to your own play style, explore, experiment. Most importantly, that this is just like a new but yet still fast growing game here, PARAVOX. Like everyone's just gonna be on the seat here, on the ride, trying out all these weapons, figuring out what's going to be the best approach in specific maps and depending on their opponents. So it's all up to them how do they be able to utilize all of their existing resources here to get their utmost advantage.
Yeah, and we've had so many changes in the game over the last few months. We got some new maps, got some new brands, right? The Juno, the Kelsey being added into the roster of weapons that you can use makes things really interesting. If I remember correctly, back in
Yes.
PGRT, the Bonrat was so important when it
Yup.
came to these matches on
Definitely
the tournament
the meta.
stage. But now, man, the Bonrat is gone. The Beat Dot has entered the fray. We're seeing a lot more Nova users. We're seeing a lot more Daffiron users as well. And
Some
the Juno,
stats, yeah.
ever since the Juno came in, man, people have been spamming the SMG.
Yes. I mean, that's pretty fair, right? But right now,
Love it.
wow, this is it.
Shintaro Yanagi.
Oh,
you go.
this is so hype, man. Seeing these players here on the stage.
Nice little walk in, man. That's the boys.
Hey.
A little bit of well, it's not entirely biased, but come on.
That's so true. Oh man, you guys don't know how much we are hyped for this
Semi-final
matchup as well.
Riddle Order versus Blacklist International.
Let's go.
And Riddle Order. There you go. Quick little handshake.
Not
It
even,
is
it's just a
time.
fist bump.
You don't want to, get a little sweat on your opponent's hands, so we'll see. I don't know if you saw. Back in PGDX, actually, when we were here, PARAVOX had its own booth. We had a PARAVOX
Yeah.
show match where AP Brent and Blacklist played, right? And for some reason, I don't know why, man, but Blacklist were that much better than AP Brent. So they definitely deserve this spot in the semifinal.
Yes, indeed. And we're glad that they are currently here right now. But let us introduce our matchups right now. We have Riddle Order here. Well, Riddle Order, they've been there for quite some time. Gen 1, Yuruan, as well as CRL. And they have been able to test the trigger system last July 7th. And they've been the ones who won champions in the PARAVOX Ultimate Tournament. And other than that, they've been quite some time the dominators of the Rank Japan server as of July 4th. I'm not quite sure if they've been able to hold out their consistency here. They're always on the top 3 on this one, and I'm pretty much excited if they would be able to set up the par to the current status and standard that we have here in the Pro Play for PARAVOX.
Yeah, when you talk about the Japan server, of course, 81 Ravens is based in Japan. Most of PARAVOX's life has started in Japan. So all the other regions, they're very young. So when you talk about that as well, the way that the Japanese has had much more time, a much longer time accessing the game as well, this also puts into question what that kind of competition is inside the Japanese server. But on the other side now of this matchup, it's Blacklist International. These guys used to be SR Nakage, got signed by Blacklist just before PGRT happened, and they've been looking real good. Again, we
Yes.
talked about that show match back in PGDX for PARAVOX, Blacklist versus AP Brand, the other Filipino team. And these guys looked really good back then. And even their run in the qualifiers, they got beaten by Full Sense early in the bracket, but it is a double elimination bracket back in the qualifiers.
Yep.
So Blacklist, they grinded out that long lower bracket, only to fall again to Full Sense the second time around in the grand final.
And be demolished, which is crazy. But I feel like it's also worth highlighting that Blacklist International, these players that we currently have here, they've been able to play with each other in multiple other game titles. So the synergy is already existing, and it's already up to them how do we able to actually integrate that into this current game that right now, PARAVOX is the one that they're currently playing.
Yeah, and not to mention Rabbit. I don't know if you can tell by his photo,
Uncle
but
Rabbit.
Unc Rabbit has been in the scene for a while, man. This guy is he has competed and coached on the international stage. If I'm not mistaken,
True.
he is also a international right now. Formerly Blacklist Academy, now they are given full status as a Blacklist team. So that's a big thing as well.
Yeah.
Because back in PGRT, they were known as Blacklist Academy.
And now
They've earned that title.
been official. So yeah, seems like all our players here are already primed up and preparing in choosing their maps as well. And we're gonna be starting off strong here in the space
map. This is really interesting. I like that they've chosen space. When we've seen Blacklist actually play on space, they are a great team to play against. The Kelsey use of Blacklist and the way that they're able to play around is really interesting. But this, of course, is a Riddle Order pick. And when we saw Riddle Order play yesterday, they looked really good as well on this map. Miyako, I think, is going to be an interesting one as well.
Yeah, and not quite sure if we are going to be playing to space for our fourth map as well, but let us see, And other than that, it's pretty much of a new map that we have been able to see. Miyako will be played at the second, so that's pretty nice that we're having like a really early opening for Miyako. And not gonna lie, when I played in this map yesterday as well, I mean, it's pretty fun. And it's already up to them how to be able to actually, what do you call this? Modify their playstyles in terms of going in and out in those close quarter combats and even ring around the Rosie with a pillar on our second strike point. So
the interesting part about as well, the way that you're able to repeat on the maps is that means that you can adapt the second time around. But what really interests me here is the existence of Miyako, right? Blacklist specifically picking Miyako as their first map in this series under their name means that they have that kind of confidence on choosing that new map that everyone's still kind of getting used to. That even I, at this point, it is familiar, but I don't feel like people have been able to push the boundaries enough to find out what the best playstyle is for this map.
Yeah, and I feel like that's also like a good contrast as having your strike point 1 or A as like such an open area.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna be reverted into a close to one onto strike point B. So yeah, there's like some mad adjustments that comes into play when you play in this space map as well. So I wonder if they're gonna be able to crack the code on how they will be able to play in this map.
You mean break the code?
Break the code!
Shout out to Blacklist. I think that's been their cheer for the longest time. But yeah, I mean, that's exactly why it's so important to see a well-rounded team, right? One that can function at all ranges, right? Which is why we're talking about Blacklist and Riddle Order here, but I'm going to use Full Sense as an example, right? Doesn't matter what range you're playing against them at, they're still going to be dangerous. Doesn't matter if you're anchoring the strike point, playing from afar with the sniper, whether it's a Scotch or the Dafferon, or if you're playing at mid-range
they're gonna hunt
as
you
the
down.
roam or the hunter, So it really depends on what kind of playstyle that is. If you have a more dynamic sniper, if you have a more aggressive short-range player, an anchor on the strike point, it really depends. And the thing about Blacklist, which it is kind of scary, is that Blacklist, as a team, there's that kind of team that starts hot, and if they can't finish it within the first 3 strike points and we continue to the next, the problem starts beginning. Their endurance,
Okay.
being able to sustain that, they start faltering, but it turns into a longer game.
Okay, so that's gonna be like a deal breaker here. So the important thing is they start things strong, and not quite sure if this is the right term to coin it, but I feel like it is safe to say that they're a momentum-based team.
They are,
just
yeah.
in terms of how they would be able to play, and I feel like for Japan though, they have this habit of being able to play steadily as much as possible. Balance, if I may say. So that's going to be quite of a good contrast, and we have here for our first series of the semifinals.
Yeah, that's consistency is a very important thing, which is why Full Sense as a team, we keep saying this, even back in PGRT, even back in the qualifiers, Full Sense, they never fall. But here we go, brand selection here for map number 1. We're gonna get a not a mirror match. This is interesting to me that Riddle Order have not picked the Kelsey, which is so important on this map, specifically in Strike Point B. I don't know if Euro is very sure about this, or maybe he just has that little bit of extra swag in there, feeling that he doesn't need the Kelsey wall to stop them from getting inside of certain sites. But the thing about space is that the Kelsey is so useful in B, but the question is, are you going to be able to use it to its full potential in Strike Point A and Strike Point C?
Exactly, and I feel like Riddle Order will be capitalizing more on the fast pace here. Like most of their loadouts, or rather their brands, are just gonna be leaning more towards how they will be able to catch the enemy off guard. Like we're having the Nova here, wherein they can use the one and only go in and go out type of strat, specifically with our skill, namely the instant leap, and we also have the B dot, wherein it's all about the invisibility and catching your opponents, wherein they didn't expected it to be. So yeah, Blacklist International though, we have expected it. They currently have the Juno, and or they have to know how the way to actually use this.
Yeah, I mean the amount of damage that the Juno does is, it's insane. That's why it's such a new pick. It's such an important pick. Ever since the meta has shifted that way, the Juno has been showing up in every map, to the surprise of a lot. Because we don't see as much people using the Bonrat, aka the Bonrat essentially disappeared of it. And because of that, there's no smokes anymore. Best move and being able to be aggressive enough to get the kills, especially with the Juno, which will be perfect on short range. But already! Oh my, Riddle Order already here with a couple of kills now. And it's going to be a hard one. That means that they have not been able to get too much momentum here for Blacklist. But Yanagi takes down CRL here. Going to be backing off as everyone else trying to play for it inside of the Strike Point. 2 already down on the side of Riddle Order. And even though there's only one here, Gen 1 is still able to stay alive long enough to wait for his teammates to come in. Blacklist, despite those couple of kills, not being able to get a wipe, is now behind 20 points here, Mochi.
Oh my, we are seeing Riddle just definitely starting off super strong than we have imagined, and other than that, there's just series of contestment coming in here, and
oh boy,
this one, oh my, the Photon is just a strong to deal with, and seeing here that there are some Shintar trying to deal with our members here. Still, our members from Riddle tries to contest non-stop. But now finally, we are still seeing some additional points coming in for Riddle, and they feel like they have no plans of stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, the Spectrum Wall already being brought out. You see, the idea here for Blacklist is to find a shutdown on the enemy team to be able to really catch up, because even if they are at 11 points right now, the Riddle Order, they've been able to hold on to controlling the Strike Point for so long that they now have such a big gap. But it looks like they finally do have a little bit of control. But the problem is already Shintaro down as well, the second on to Boogie. Yanagi, the last man standing, trying to stay alive, trying to keep it alive with the Kelsey, which is again not the best weapon for short range fights, is going to be a challenge for them.
Definitely a challenge, but he's gonna be eliminated, shorty, because of that. But other than that, Riddle standing strong in Strike Point A, just accumulating here halfway through onto his match, and other than that, before they even go into here, Blacklist International already struggling in trying to contest him. Before they even go into our Strike Point, they are already falling apart. But everything comes to a close here, while they'll be able to finally shut down multiple members from Riddle Order.
Yeah, now the problem is, of course, Riddle Order, they're already halfway there, Mochi. And we haven't even left Strike Point A. 15 seconds left here. It looks like Riddle Order, they want to milk every last possible point here on Strike Point A. away. CRL getting the kill over onto Boogie. No one rotating away still. Yonagi though takes down 2. But Gen 1 so good on the movement, able to stay alive, able to keep them distracted as Blacklist are trying to extract every last point of value out of Strike Point A. But now it's going to be a race over towards B.
Oh, they're so ahead here. Riddle Order been able to make their way here North Strike Point, and so far though, there's still series of contestments happening as of the moment with some of our members here of Blacklist International trying to contest them, but they're just really preparing themselves, setting them up. Yanagi
he's so low.
struggling low already, but still he's being chased down, hunt down.
How is he still alive?
How is he still alive? I don't understand.
This guy's been searching for the health for the longest time, and he could not find a single thing. Now Riddle Order able to take him down too. Shintaro left inside trying to contest the strike point, but there's too many people on the other side. It's going to be up to the movement for him. Backs off now. Riddle Order continuing to pass forward. And the problem is the Spectrum Wall already used on the outside cannot be used to contest inside of Strike Point B. Here Shintaro going to fall at TRL as good. And here we go. Riddle Order at 69 points already.
Oh my, nice points, but now it still grows. It's still going, and all of our members here are just definitely struggling here. Blacklist International haven't been able to set foot onto the point itself because the gatekeeping here from CRL is tremendously phenomenal. Okay, he's now pretty low here and finally comes to a close, but there's still a long way to go here for Blacklist International trying to contest them out with just 10 points remaining here for Riddle Order before they close up this match.
It's going to be a hard one here. There is so much time on Strike Point B. Riddle Order, they are willing to fight because it's only 10 points to go. Blacklist, on the other hand, going to have to struggle to stay alive. Shintaro playing short range, waiting for Riddle Order to show up, but they are waiting for the last second. Spectrum Wall being brought out. Shintaro gonna be good for one, but now Yanagi being peppered with bullets from CRL. Again, the Juno being the weapon that it is. Perfect on short range, but the tracking has to be important now. 3 versus 3 inside of the strike point. Yanagi gonna be falling now. They are trying to contest this till the very, very last second. 7 points left for Riddle Order. Now Shintaro falls. It's gonna be up to Boogie. Just keep them away from winning this first map. But Riddle Order, there's too many people here. Boogie so low on the HP, has to play around. Gen 1 takes him down.
No.
Yanagi's gonna be back, but there is no time. Space map goes to Riddle Order.
That is so quick. We didn't even expect it to happen all that fast. But I feel like there's already these types of highlighters specifically for the Kelsey. We thought that Kelsey is a must-have, but all Riddle Order has to do is like just move around.
Yeah.
You know, try to run away from it as they can and still try to focus their eyes on the players existing here from Blacklist International. Unfortunately, they didn't last that long, specifically because of CRL and how good he is in trying to keep them away from the strike points. But nice try for Blacklist International.
Yeah, an attempt was made, but you could also notice that Riddle Order was specifically targeting Yanagi, the Kelsey player on Blacklist, so that he could not get any value out of it. Even when they were on Strike Point B, when they brought out the Spectrum Wall, blocking off the exits, CRL was so fast moving. Gen 1 showing up for God knows where because of the beat dot, right? And again, right, Riddle Order right now, they're so fast paced, they're so aggressive that they're not letting the Kelsey player breathe.
They are not. Like, you know what? Just keep him out. No ID, no entry here on the strike point. And so they say here for Riddle Order. And I feel like I want to really applaud them onto that one because I remember having just having Blacklist and as well as Thailand being like the sole dominators every single tournament, but they started this off pretty strong, which is good with the changes in terms of the brands that they are currently using.
Yeah. Well, that being said, of course, in case you guys, we wouldn't blame you because it was so fast. Going over to the replay there from what happened earlier, I mean, you could really see, you could actually observe how specifically targeted Yanagi was. He was trying to make the most out of it, the photon being used, but the movement was so good. It was so well planned out from Riddle Order that Blacklist essentially couldn't respond. You could see it. First few seconds, 2 already down. And because of that, right, that early lead from Riddle Order, that was so hard for them to catch up from. I mean, Blacklist, valiant effort. They got almost halfway through. But the problem was Riddle Order did not let go a single second, right? They were choking out the air from their opponents here. Blacklist could not breathe in the end.
And it's always like a common theme here that Blacklist International is trying so hard to catch up to them. It's a game of tag rather than like holding a specific site now. And that's very sad. But let us see what's going to happen on our second map, which I believe is that it is going to be Miyako. And we're off to a great start here for Ripple Order.
Yeah, I mean, it is a best of 5, so being able to strike first like that. And what scares me
Good
here...
foundation.
Yeah, what scares me here is the speed at which that first map went. We'd usually expect maybe to get at least a strike point C, but Riddle Order, they just did not let Blacklist go. I mean, yeah, we've seen worse. We have seen worse, right? Single digit on one side and 100 on the other. But this one just felt so well done from Riddle Order. It was so clean. You could not find a single chance for them to get through there, man. But it's just how the cookie crumbles. Riddle Order was just well prepared.
But look at this. This is our match results, guys. Every single time, I always say that in whatever game I cast, the numbers don't lie. And we are seeing how impactful the B-Tot here as well is for Gen 1. Like, all of the invisibilities, all of the close quarter comebacks here, they really made the most out of that, anchoring every single strike point that they go through. But on the other hand here for Blacklist International, unfortunately, they haven't been able to capitalize on the Kelsey out well. Very similar to what Juswabi said, they're always being taken aback by the rest of the squad of Riddle Order here, not letting the Kelsey set foot into a strike point.
Really not. That's the problem with the Kelsey. It's such it's a long-term gun, right? You need to be able to stay alive long enough, and it's such a slow-paced gun that, yeah, you're not going to be able to do too much damage. You can actually see it here. Yanagi with 5 to 9, only 650 damage, the lowest out of the entire lobby, because he was specifically being targeted by Euro and by CRL, by the Juno and the Nova, which are, again, short-range guns. And when you're using the Kelsey here, it's the kind of gun you really have to be playing as a support for your team, aka everyone else has to be watching your back. So the solution here for Blacklist would be to protect your Kelsey player so that they can make the most out of that utility.
And I feel like it would be much more plausible if they would be able to work closer with each other, because there is always that ample time where in the, what do you call this, the Hound of Photon should actually connect into your specific enemy. So regardless of that, it's good in terms of thought and motive that they use the Kelsey in order to break the positioning that is existing here for Ripple Order. But once again, that isn't just not enough, and they have to step up alongside the other members here in order to protect the player who uses the specific gun.
Yeah. And again, this is now going to be brought to the surface, right? Blacklist now being familiar with how Riddle plays, very aggressive, high movement, high stakes, right? High risk, high reward. And the tracking was so good as well. The mechanics on these players is insane.
Exactly, with the Nova too, right?
Yeah, the hit percentage, the hit rate for these guys was so high, actually. So Riddle Order, the only way that Blacklist can take them down is by taking the fight to them. So we're going to see that if they can do it on Miyako.
And we can see our players as well just trying to like set themselves after like such an intense match there in the space map. And now I'm really interested to talk about how the line of Miyako will be introduced here. Once again, they are facing up against Japanese players. This is a Japanese-inspired map, and they are in the home court advantage of Japan. So I feel like it is pretty safe to say that Ripple Order is definitely on the advantage here, other than the match results that we have seen earlier on. But with the strike points that we have in Miyako, this is going to be a hefty one once again.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one, man. The way that Yanagi plays is, you can see the attempt at playing around inside of the map, being around there. And yeah, we talked about this Blacklist squad earlier, of course, with Rabbit again being a playing coach sometimes, but he's not here today. It's Yanagi playing on the Kelsey here, but it's going to be Miyako. And it's the same thing, Mochi.
Here we
It
go.
is the same lineup of brands here for Blacklist International and Riddle Order. So that means, Mochi, they are going to be tested once again. Remember, Yanagi was specifically hunted here. So if they want to continue with this same lineup of brands here in Miyako, they need to be able to answer back in that aggression, to be able to keep Yanagi alive for long enough to make sure that the utilities are going to be the most useful for him, to make sure that he can get the most out of it. Because the Kelsey, again, it's such a slow-paced gun that if you cannot stay alive long enough, you're essentially non-existent on the map.
And I really just hope that they can capitalize on the Spectrum Wall more. Try to break their positioning. Try to reserve the most amount of time that they have to like move their way around the specific strike point in order to secure it and continue contesting, and so that we will be able to like see them last more, if I may say. Especially here that they have been able to like figure out the answer specifically for Ripple Order. You know what? Let's just continue being fast-paced. Let's try to gatekeep Yanagi as much as possible, or their Kelsey user as much as possible. And this struggle, hopefully, they get to finally adjust into this one.
Yeah, with that being said, of course, map number 2 here in the best of 5 series going to be starting it off already. Gen 1 first, and that means that Blacklist already going to be starting it off with a fight inside of the first strike point. Now the Photon right in front of them. CRL still alive right now, keeping it nice, close and personal. Blacklist having gotten that first lead, but the problem is Riddle Order. They've gotten control again, not letting them step foot inside of the strike point.
And the issue here is that they continuously being minused, or rather eliminated from time to time here, and Riddle has been able to like just gun them down, try to hunt them down. Specifically CRL is just really explosive right now, other than the fact that they are just really working close with each other, and we're seeing them, their healths, their HPs definitely getting depleted and finally being eliminated with just one more survivor here, while the rest of the squad tries to prey onto him.
Shut down already.
Oh, this is not looking good for Blacklist International.
Definitely not looking good, man. The shutdown as early as this on strike point A, man. And remember, every time you move strike points, the respawn timer lengthens.
Yep.
So it means that if we're already on strike point A, only on strike point A, and you already get a shutdown, they're getting outclassed here by pure mechanics. But this time Blacklist answering back, taking down Gen 1 Euro. It's going to be CRL shut down as well in return. But now the problem is, the question is, can they catch up in terms of points? Will Gen 1 be able to stop them? Spectrum Wall here to the denial to make sure that he cannot contest the spot, but he's already spotted out here. 3v3 again, and Riddle Order keeping themselves in the lead for now, fighting it out tooth and nail against their opponents here and continuing to stack up the points.
Man, they could have been so good. They already put the Spectrum Wall down here. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to hold out. But now, Riddle Order is just continuously racking up the points here. Boogie trying to offer in his ability, and yet still trying to go and connect those shots. Unfortunately, his health is just continuously being depleted here. Oh, he's just being overwhelmed. And he's going to be shut down just shortly. But now, still living? Oh, that's where the moment hits.
There you go. Now Spectrum Wall in an attempt from Blacklist International to stop Riddle Order from getting any kind of control on the strike point, but the Photon as well on the back of this, they are still failing to do it. I mean, the movement from Riddle Order is insane. Look at how CRL is keeping control of this strike point, man. Keeping them or stopping them from even gaining points, contesting it with every single second. And the anchoring is so good for them, because look, if you can see the movement of how Shintaro weaves in and out of danger, keeping himself alive. But now Boogie finally waking it up here with the Nova. Double kill for him, but Riddle Order still in the lead, and another kill from Gen 1 to keep them behind.
After such of a gruesome fight, they have been able to finally get some points, but still, Ripple Order is quick up on their steed and finally been able to reach here the point B. And this is where the ring around the rosy comes in. And oftentimes, these pillars, these walls, that's where they're just gonna go in and out most of the time. And definitely, they're still gonna eliminate them shortly, but they're just getting the most out of this one, not even letting them set foot onto the strike point itself.
Yeah, I don't know how or why, but Riddle Order, they seem very familiar with the verticality of strike point B here. Even with Boogie weaving in and out, trying to contest them, trying to make sure that they can't get any points at the sacrifice of his own life, he is being taken down. But this time, Boogie takes down Gen 1, beat dot here right now. Yanagi inside. Boogie good for the second. Again, the damage being done specifically by Boogie. The rest of Blacklist also on the backside. Oh! There you go, to shut down. Now for Blacklist, this is going to be the chance that they can take take it, but Gen 1's already here. It is not going to be taking this sitting down. Pushing all the way inside already to strike point. Now, Tactical Echo being brought out despite that track now cannot be seen, but he's doing some damage for his team to come in eventually.
And here comes their themselves just being able to anchor.
Ow.
Oh, quite unfortunate here as they try to just put themselves on guard and even on spot and just going, you know, we're seeing some players here just being able to hold out and having each other cover up for each other, which is something that BLACKLIST International haven't been able to do for themselves.
But it's happening. It's happening. You asked for it right now. Shintaro, Boogie now already here. You're the last man standing, taken down by Boogie. A second shutdown for BLACKLIST International. But now they are going to be able to catch up in terms of point. But the problem is, Mochi, are they going to be able to make it in time? Because Riddle Order, they're already at 79 here. With only 50 seconds left here on strike point B. Honestly, Riddle Order, they could just sit here and wait for strike point C to come to fruition, but they're going to keep going for the fight. Boogie trying to weave in and out of danger right now as Riddle Order are circling him like his prey. Now, Gen 1 taking down Shintaro, Yanagi, and Boogie. Here comes the Spectrum Wall, denying the angle, but the problem is, everyone's on the other side of the wall, sir!
No way.
That's a miss!
There's no cover.
Man, that's not going to be fun.
Oh no, that is so sad to witness. Like, they haven't been able to like back up each other and that specific strike point, which is not a good sight for us to see. And we're just seeing them just momentarily going for the heals, which is sad because they can't last that long here in the specific strike point. And even if they wanted to contest, Ripple Order is always one step ahead, and they might already be advancing forward our strike point C, where someone's already there. It is your boy CRL, and with the contestment coming in here, some 4 people.
Nice.
Oh, BLACKLIST International.
Good little usage here. Euro taking down 2. Now it's gonna be Boogie alone again. 1v1 here on the site now with the Spectrum still there.
Euro?
Cutting it right in half. Boogie here for the shutdown now, and it's only 10 seconds left. It's gonna be up to Shintaro to try and stop this from happening, but there's too many people on the other side. Shintaro making a run for it, trying to keep the hopes up, but it's not gonna be enough. That's 2-0 for Japan.
2-0 for Japan. Well, everything ended quick on our space map, but this time around they've been able to prolong it, but still, it is not enough. Almost, but never enough here for BLACKLIST International, which is pretty sad. But we have seen, like, this is pretty much of a bold move as well. Like, we have seen that they have chosen Miyako for themselves, BLACKLIST International, but once again, seems like the Kings are, of course, at a home court advantage, and Ripple Order's been able to demolish them. I mean, they lasted a bit more longer. They tried to adjust, but even with the sub-skills and the main skills that you're using, sometimes they're not on point. They're missing.
Yeah, I mean, that's specifically, right? The Spectrum wall we called out earlier, Yanagi pulled it out, but the problem was Riddle Order were on the other side of the wall. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? You need to be perfect in your usage of utility to be able to make the most out of it, because one wrong move could result in 10 points for the enemy team. As you could see, they were not even at half, I think, the points that Riddle Order were able to get here towards the end of Miyako. And now the 2-0 for Riddle Order means that, man, it's not going to be easy to catch up. They need to pull out the reverse sweep if they want to stay alive in our semi-final.
Man. And you can even see how Boogie and Shintaro is just fighting for their lives here. I mean, they truly adjusted in some points. They tried to protect Yanagi as much as possible.
They did. There was much more support.
Yes, there's much more support this time around, but still, it is not enough again. But I really want to highlight Gen 1 here. Like, Gen 1, despite of the fact of using this beat dot, he's just so explosive in trying to hunt every single person here from the side of BLACKLIST International down. He doesn't care, and as much as possible, he just holds the court the most, and the rest of the people are just gonna be taking their time of day and doing their usual rotations and coming in and out, like what you said, you're weaving. And yeah, it's just pretty crazy for us that Ripple Order still consistent, still on top, and I wonder how they would be able to influence this now that we're entering an open set up specifically on Neo City?
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know. But it is Neo City, right? It's like everyone's favorite map. The original map of PARAVOX. So maybe there's a little bit more familiarity. The thing about Neo City, though, is this is where the sniper players really shine. And we haven't really seen that out of Blacklist International
here,
just
yeah.
yet. Or, well, for both teams, because it hasn't really been necessary because of the strike points being essentially really closed off, specifically in
Yep.
space and in Miyako. We're gonna have to see how it goes later on, but well, looking at the points as well, we're gonna go down to the numbers of how everything
Let's
came
go.
up here. And again, 100 to 57 right now. Boogie did an amazing job. Credit to him.
Yep.
But the problem was that there was so much effort exerted here by Euro, by Gen 1, hunting them down. Because the way that you could see it, it was very defensive. Boogie was trying to get aggressive here to keep Yanagi alive, but because he was so aggressive, Shintaro was not able to keep up. He was not able to cover his back.
The objective is always being uh, left alone
Yeah.
for the record, which is something that they would not want to sacrifice because that's the main goal. But given that the adjustment is present, of course there will be some room for improvements here from there on. Not quite sure if this is going to be a clean record for Riddle Order and might possibly pull off a 3-0, but once again, there is going to be that issue of open area here in Neo City. But once again, let's highlight this one, even for Euro. Really good in terms of using the tracking here for Nova. And it's been definitely prevalent. And unfortunately for the Kelsey, oh man, the Hound
Again,
of Photon is still not connecting.
Yeah, there's
to
really
anyone.
not much value out of the Kelsey right now. Again, it's specifically the fact that Riddle Order are specifically targeting Yanagi,
Yeah.
making sure that the Kelsey doesn't get any value out of the Spectrum Wall, the Photon as well, right? Even if the Photon is being used, it's this gigantic ball of energy, right? But
True.
they're so used to the movement here. Again, the longer that we're having PARAVOX events, global events, people are getting more used to the movement. People get a lot faster, which is why, again, the Bonrat has disappeared from the meta, and it seems to me that the Kelsey might just be on its way out as well ever since the Juno has come in.
Yeah, and speaking of the Juno, since you already mentioned that one, like it's pretty good wherein you already have high mobility and you're even gonna amplify it with the overload, you know?
Yeah.
With the additional mobility, more fire rate. It's just crazy to me. Like these players from Japan are just really demolishing some of our members here from Blacklist International, which is something not of a good look, if I may say. But yeah, it's just good that they've been able to finally find their groove since we have been seeing them from the past tournaments as well, and so far they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, they are doing pretty well. And again, I feel like this also comes back to the fact that Japan is a server where PARAVOX first came out, right?
Of
Before
course.
Southeast Asia had access, before Brazil and EU MENA had access, Japan had
They've
access.
got that advantage.
And because of that, right, they have a better quality of competition within their server compared to everyone else. So there is definitely that room for us to catch up in the other regions. But I mean, at least for Southeast Asia, full sensor here.
Yup. So we're gonna be seeing more of them later on, which is actually I'm pretty excited for their series as well. But also I feel like an eye opener for me is that I normally expect that these players from Japan or from Ripple Order to take their time off of things, you know? But this time they're so explosive. Blacklist International have is definitely been taken aback from all of the things that being thrown
Oh, yeah,
out
you
of
can
them.
see it.
You can see it onto them as well. But on the contrary, Ripple Order pretty much chill. You can see them just, you know, the facial muscles are usually relaxed on their end.
Very relaxed, and you can see it, man. They're focused on the game, eyes on the prize right now. They are so close. One map away here,
One
Mochi. And
more.
for the first two maps, essentially essential domination, right? And not even making it maybe 3/4 of the way there for Blacklist, because Riddle Order were able to take control early and make sure that they could not get their engine started. But of course, this is the last one. This is where desperation will start kicking in for Blacklist International. And, you know, credit to these guys, man. We've seen them when they are on the back foot. That's where they really start popping up. But it's gonna be strange, man. Here
Yeah.
on Neo City, the Kelsey doesn't really have that much value, so we're gonna have to see what it does look like for both these teams.
That is the curiosity, and as we're dying to know if there's going to be some changes in terms of their what do you call this? Their brands. And Once again, the land of Neo City, everyone is free, but there is no privacy. There's always gonna be some eyes on you, some sights,
Yeah.
specifically if there is going to be some snipers coming into this one. Possibly Askachi, possibly Daffyron, not quite sure. But I wonder if they're still gonna push through with the current brands that they're using right now, or would they try to finally switch things up?
And that's the thing, right? Like you said, there is zero privacy out here. So, which is why Neo City is very important to have a Scotch player. Not just because it's a sniper, but it's because of the fact that you have the heal point,
Yep.
which gives you permission, essentially, to get yourself in an awkward spot where people will not be looking in your direction. Everything is wide open here in Neo City, and if you can get a long-range angle, which is why Brook and Opito, they're able to get away with so much here on Neo City because of how open this map is, because of the aerial duels.
Exactly.
And it's really important as well to be able to have that kind of mechanics, knowing that these teams, the longer time goes on, their movement will only keep getting better and better on the maps. So you need to be able to catch up with how fast-paced the movement is here in Paravox.
Exactly. All about the aerial duels, and we are so down into seeing this one. Once again, our third match of Ripple Order versus Blacklist International. We're coming in hot into this one.
Yeah, Gen 1 already going to be good for 1, which is a problem. Boogie being taken down like that with the beat-out is not going to be fun here. Kelsey still for Blacklist. Gen 1 still not going to be found in danger, but it's going to be a trade of kills so far. Now, Strike Point A is under heavy fire for both teams right now. Riddle Order, though, sustaining a lot more damage than their counterparts. But look at that!
Oh.
It's a bloodbath on the site. Now CRL and Boogie still alive here.
Oh my, they're sticking to their usual loadouts. Not quite sure if they've learned from their lesson, learned from their mistake, but currently it's quite a close contention specifically existing here for Riddle Order, but still they're racking up the points, pretty similar to what happened
Gen
earlier
1?
on, and we're seeing them just try to rummage through them. Oh, the shot still connecting. The tracking is insane here, but Shintaro still tries to live for another day.
He has to try. He has to try. 10 points now in the lead for Riddle Order. Shintaro solo as well, looking for those heal spots on the map right now, but Boogie is here playing cat and mouse, trying to hunt them down, takes down Euro as well. Now, trying to keep it close, looking for more prey as the other teammates are trying to settle down on Strike Point A. Finally, the shutdown coming in for Blacklist,
Oh,
and
okay.
that's going to give them permission to catch up. It's 13-11. This is the first time we're seeing it this close for this entire series.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if it is just me. They're really leaning more in terms of the building surrounding the specific strike point, trying to make their enemies lose their focus and the strike point ahead. But now, oh, the struggle comes in here for Blacklist once again, as finally the strike point
Wow.
in the remaining few seconds finally been snatched back ahead by Riddle once again.
And there you go, shut down here coming in for Riddle Order, and answer back to what Blacklist did earlier. 30 points and counting for Riddle Order. They're getting so close right now. 50 seconds left here on the first strike point, and Boogie is finally back. The one man that's anchoring on the side, taking him down. Gen 1 gone as well. Blacklist in full control of strike point A here. Takes down Euro. Yanagi good for 1 as well. It's going to be CRL, the Juno player, playing up close and personal, but will be taken down still. Blacklist doing the best they can, refusing to take anything sitting down right now. But Riddle Order is so far away still.
Oh my, I'm not quite sure if the Spectrum will give anything either way, considering that we also have like the discharge being used on from a Juno brand as well. Like anytime they can definitely penetrate through the wall, but now Boogie
Oh,
still trying
Boogie!
to go hot on this one, still running wild, trying to narrow down the numbers
He's,
against Riddle Order.
Oh, but CRL will deny him that. Boogie getting a little bit too frisky here. But the problem is, Mochi, if you've noticed, that yes, Boogie's finally getting those kills, but the problem is Blacklist are not able to catch up the points, rack them up, really catch up, man. There's a 20-point lead here for Riddle Order and counting. And yeah, Blacklist, in their aggression, in their attempt to try and take down their opponents, they're leaving the immediate objective, the one thing that's most important here for the game, wide open. And now that we're in strike point B, Blacklist, they finally have control. They have been able to head off Riddle Order from getting that control, but now the problem is CRL is here. The rotations have happened, the Spectrum Wall is out, and he cannot do any damage here. But Boogie, good for another now. Riddle Order falling one by one. It's going to be Gen 1 left alone here, trying to make sure that Blacklist can't get too far away.
How would he last long in the quarters of them? But nope, he's just gonna be backing away momentarily as he trades for the other members to arrive. But now, okay, they're just gonna be playing around a specific strike point and trying to offer a reset from time to time in order to keep themselves intact. But we're seeing some trade-offs coming in here. Boogie has been so confident in taking them down, but unfortunately, Gen 1 would be on his side.
A lot of damage now here. Shintaro as well, bleeding at the hip right now. So Riddle Order, they know they can take control here of strike point B. So Shintaro's really doing his best to play around with the movement, keep them on at arm's length, really. But Gen 1, my God, what is that? There's only one man left here, Boogie, and he's trying to play against the enemy team. 1v3 on strike point B with every ounce of his being.
Oh my, the motives are present here for Blacklist International, but unfortunately the outcome is not entirely it. It's not entirely happening. Euro just popping off and trying to secure the last few members who are quite low in terms of HP here, opting for the tracking currently present here on his Dova. But yeah, Shintaro, he's gonna be forced to back out from that one. And you can see how the Hound of Photon is just following them but not entirely connecting to any of them, and they're just playing around it like they own the place.
Yeah. Now, only 20 points left for Riddle Order. Blacklist not going to be able to take control of the strike point right now. Desperately trying to cling on to the hope of staying alive in the series. Shintaro takes down Euro here. Damage done, but it's going to be a trade here for CRL. Boogie trying to hold on to it. Anchor on strike point B as Riddle Order are going to be swooping in here. Only 15 seconds left before we switch strike points now. So Shintaro chooses to take another approach, gets himself a little bit more healthy, trying to chase down the enemy team. But the problem is Riddle Order, they're doing everything they can, man. They're walking into the traps that are being set by Riddle Order.
They're so in control here, Suave, and not quite sure how they will be able to actually try and cope up with currently what's being inflicted on them. Because you can see Yuru is just trying to chase them down like a cat does to a mouse. He does not care, alongside being backed up by CRL. Not quite sure how this is going to be ending up on them. And whenever time calls for it, Gen 1 is going to be present, but now he's running low in terms of HP. Already the signal for him to back out, and CRL comes to play.
And again, the plays here from Riddle Order. Get up close and personal, do some damage, back off, let your teammates do the rest. And now here on strike point C, good little spectrum wall to make sure that CRL cannot get control of the strike point. Make sure that he is denied that space, but there's too many people on the other side. Now CRL trying to hunt him down. Shintaro playing around like a little mosquito, unable to be swatted here, but Riddle Order only 10 more points to go. They take down Shintaro, they take down Boogie, and the shutdown here! Riddle Order have sealed the 3-0 sweep, Mochi.
Wow, a 3-0. Everything happened so quick. It's been pretty difficult for us to actually digest it now, but all we can say here is that Riddle Order on top on this current series for our semifinals won. More specifically, that they really nullified the essence of having that Kelsey on their brand's loadout. And it's quite unfortunate, yes, but just by using all of this main skills and sub-skills present from the current guns that they currently have right now, well, phenomenal execution by Riddle Order.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the Juno being one of the newest, or the newest weapon before the Daffron has shown up. Yet also calls into question, where is the meta going now? We're seeing zero smokes. It's all about movement at the moment, and which is why you can see most of the damage done by the Juno players here, by the Nova players as well. We're not even seeing the Scotchy for today. We haven't seen it in this first series as well. So unfortunately, with that 3-0 here, Blacklist going to be bowing out of contention for the Grand Final. Riddle Order will be our first Grand Finalist for PCI 2024.
We're starting us strong here, and for Japan, they're just continue fighting. so nice, and congratulations for advancing forward. While for the meantime, Blacklist International will be on standby for our battle for third later on, and I'm really excited what's gonna be like the, what do you call this, what's gonna be like the outcome for our second series, that is for Full Sense from Thailand, and as well as for FENNEL.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting time, because remember, we questioned earlier how far ahead Full Sense really are of the curve, because they're always innovating. We used to see Oputo Brook always on the same guns, but if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, during the PCI qualifiers, they brought out so many different looks. And that's also one of the important things about Paravox, man, being able to stay ahead of everything because
Innovate,
it's such a new game that you need to continuously innovate. Otherwise, you get left behind by the
Yeah.
teams that do innovate.
And the additional challenge here is that since we are just seeing like just now that we are having some increments in integration of new things coming into Paravox, it's how would you play using those that are quite fixed and still on the making. So yeah, it is just nice that we are seeing all these players trying to innovate, trying to grow what they currently have, and perhaps try something new that actually plays in accordance to their playstyle. And considering that we have witnessed Riddle Order in doing so, definitely changing out the Kelsey into something else. Well, look how it turned out.
Yeah,
Turned
man.
out great.
I really don't know, man. I saw zero value out of the Kelsey here. There were some moments that it did work out, but the problem was they were not able to follow up with the
not consistent.
damage. Yeah, and the Kelsey is a very hot and cold weapon, right? Because
Indeed.
when you use the Spectrum Wall and you get value out of it, all is well and good. But the problem is if you don't, then you're essentially a walking, talking,
Yeah.
walking, talking corpse.
Yeah, it's just like you're there to feed the enemy, I may say, act like a prey, and just like what we have seen, they're quite on the bottom of the food chain, which is pretty sad. But once again, pretty good for Riddle Order here, and finally we'll be able to see some representation here coming from Japan. Pretty prevalent, of course, especially that they've been playing this game for quite some time, and of course it's quite of a talk of the town in Japan.
Yeah, you can see it. The investment from the orgs in this game.
Yep.
Riddle Order, FENNEL, Varel, Zeta Division. We have a Zeta Division team as well,
Yeah.
right? We're seeing quite a few Philippine teams. We've seen Alter Ego as well invest in Paravox, so it's really exciting. But speaking of teams, right? You do know that each team has their own skin. Right? So if in case you guys didn't know that and you want to get your skin, go ahead and join the giveaway. It's going to be on Twitch where you can join
Fill out the form.
by filling out the form
Yep.
in chat. Right here, results here kind of the same, right? 100 to 50 or 40 plus for Blacklist here. So Riddle Order really had their number throughout the entire series. The problem here with the last one as well is
Ooh.
yeah, it
It's too
is
high.
not fun to look at.
Yeah, the 5.45% hit rate is not it, y'all. That's
It is not it. I mean, look at
Yeah.
that. The Kelsey and Yanagi. We talked about this earlier. Yanagi being specifically targeted, and it looks like he's still the target here. 2-9 takedown versus death ratio here for Kelsey. So it's unfortunate for them. But I mean, Blacklist have made it this far. They have at least made it up to the top 4.
nice try.
So yeah, they are bowing out of the tournament a little bit early, but that's already saying something. That having made it through the qualifiers, having made it through today, into what is possibly the 3rd or 4th place. And for Riddle Order, they have one more best of 5 waiting ahead of them, and they're gonna get the chance here to have a little bit of rest and see
Yeah.
what the other team looks like.
And that's fine for Blacklist International. I mean, they currently have like 800,000 yen. So, not bad, if I may say. But hopefully we can see them last more, specifically for our bigger leagues upcoming for next year.
Yeah, 2025 for Paravox is gonna be a fun one,
It's
man.
gonna be a
I
fun
mean,
one, yeah.
what have we had in this year? Just the debut of our esport, and there's gonna be much more surprises in store for you guys. So if you guys have not yet, go ahead and wishlist Paravox on Steam, or download it on Epic Games if you are not allergic to changing your I mean, I play on anything, right? Steam,
Yeah.
Epic Games, or what
Whatever
have
it
you,
may be,
right?
yeah.
But yeah, if you want to play it right now, go ahead and play it on Epic Games. If you want to wait for it to be on Steam, go ahead and wishlist us on
Wishlist.
Steam.
Yes, of course. But yeah, if you can't wait, go for Epic Games. And yeah, I'm pretty much excited how our second series for FENNEL and Full Sense will be coming in. But any last words?
Any last words? Well, we're going to be seeing you guys later, Voxers. So, suave And Mochi gonna be looking a lot more later, of course. But in case you guys want to see what is gonna be going on later, we have one more match going.
There
Little
we
Order
go.
already securing their grand final spot here. FENNEL and Full Sense still to face off later to decide who will be going up against Riddle Order in the grand final and who's gonna be fighting it out against Blacklist International in the battle for third.
And I'm pretty interested in seeing how different the playstyle of FENNEL is in contrary to one of their representatives with Riddle Order. So what's going to be the brands that they're going to be using, what's going to be changing up, and of course, what are going to be the maps that we are going to be playing on.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting time because we saw how Riddle Order were able to dominate
Yes.
Blacklist International. But with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to Japan for the analyst segment. It's me, just Suave, here with Mochi. We're going to see you guys in a bit.
ツーダウンそしてブギー選手耐えるんですけども
So for you guys out there who do understand Nihongo, I hope you guys got a lot out of that. But a little bit of a shorter way to go about it was, which we said again and again, was that the Kelsey did not get much value in that matchup, specifically because they kept poking and prodding at Yanagi. And the Kelsey as a gun, it's very supportive.
And what I really love in terms of movement here for Riddle Order is that it's methodically.
You're right. That is
okay.
correct.
Is it correct? Okay, it's designed in a way wherein they're just gonna go in and out, like pretty similar to what we were seeing here. And unfortunately, even here for Blacklist International, they're just chasing off to them. But man, it's just them being caught in the act.
Yeah.
With their pants down.
Yeah.
And being eliminated.
Yeah, it's just that the execution from Riddle Order was so well done, right? You could see who they know exactly what the formation has to look like for them. Who's gonna be on the backline? Who's gonna be roaming around? Who's gonna be anchoring on the strike point? And they stuck to their roles the entire time. They did not give Blacklist the opportunity to stay there for very long. Anything more than 10 seconds and you're out. They kicked them out just like a bouncer in a nightclub, man. And you could see it, right? Gen 1, CRL with the Juno, and the beat dot is a little unfortunate, right? You could really see how fast it looked like.
Yep, and I believe that we're even going here in our player interviewer in, man, seems like they're pretty calm and collected. Just by seeing their face, so relaxed, so on point. It seems like they didn't even break a sweat.
And yeah, you can see we are actually asking some of our players what the thought process is, right? Because knowing how the map works, right? Knowing that there are specific spots where you can get that heal, the way that Riddle Order was denying those heal points as well across the map. You could see it more often than not with Shintaro, who was the main push of damage on the enemy team. He would also have to risk his life so many times. So he'd be forced to go towards these heal points. But because they know that he's low on the health, they catch up to him. And when Shintaro's low, they know he's gonna back off. They go for Yanagi as well. It's a two-pronged push.
It's been well read.
Yeah, it's so smart out of Riddle Order to know the behavior of their opponents, because again, it's always Shintaro who does the initial damage and Yanagi tries to finish it off. But the way that Riddle Order, they have specific roles. They only have one player on the strike point. Then Gen 1 and Euro will try and hunt down Shintaro and Yanagi.
Yeah, and sometimes they can switch things up. Like if one person decides to try and rummage through some members from Blacklist International, someone will take their place immediately, sometimes in advance. And their movement is practically designed in order to go in and out weaving, specifically to deny the Hand of Photon from connecting to any of them. Like they're just taking the time of day, putting off like this 5 or more meter distance against the opposition.
And you can actually see it, man. There were so many times you could see the photon coming towards Gen 1, if I'm not mistaken. This guy dashes. No, he doesn't dash away. He dashes towards it.
Towards it, yeah.
And again,
difficult turn.
Yeah, knowing how the photon works, knowing how the movement works here in PARAVOX, man, it's so important to be able to make those split-second decisions.
Yes, they've been able to do that wonderfully, if I may say it. Sometimes they don't even like gun down the photon, they just run through
They just run through it, they don't care.
Yeah,
they will focus on the objective in front of them, man.
Man, that is so crazy.
Yeah, but with that being said, I'm just Suave here with Mochi. We're going to go to a quick break. When we are back, the continuation of our
油さん、いや昨日のローンチコンプレックスをちょっと思い出しちゃいますね、この流れだと。さあ柳 1v1 の状態から正面2発うまく当てて、ここはワンピック成功。その味方ともただ油さん、ここでリドルの方がただスコア上。そうですね、最初のシャットダウンでだいぶ踏めたっていうのが大きいですね。さらに競合をかなり丁寧に行っているので踏み切れていないのがブラックリストという状況。クリストの中に入れない。さあ2人ツーマン入ってきた。壁を立ってプレッシャー、ただここは冷静にピックを取っていくのはキャロル。ただそこからブラックリスト一気に返しました。さらにスタンを当てて相手を倒しきるという連携見事ですが、さあローを打ち抜いていく。ユリュウが倒れ、キャロルも倒れ、まだまだキャロル 1v1 を続けていく。エリア内を味方がただこのスタン、ただテーブルまだこのキャロル、じゃあお互い一桁。ただここはむしろキャロルうまくかわしながら引き打ちも見事、味方とスイッチ。さあエリアナかあたしまだ残るブラックリストも粘る。さあキャロル柳をテイクダウン、さらにキャロルが2テイクダウン。さあ残る1人、ここも取り切りたい。シャツラーも絶対ここはなんとか逃げることには成功した。最後の最後までダメージは出していたキャロル。いやー逃がしたくない気持ちはありましたが、ポイント重視。ここにブラックリストが詰めてきまして、一旦ファイトの形11対7、スコアに関してはほぼイーブン。さあただこれ一気に2テイクダウン持っていくのはリドルオーダー。最後の1人も取り切って、これでシャットダウン。20カウントを超えているのはリドルオーダー。さあここでブギスタンを当ててラインを合わせていきました。さらに慎太郎ディスチャージが刺され、ダブルスタンのコンビネーションから柳す。さあハンティングモード、先ほどのスペースと同じく体力ローの柳を一気に追い詰め、ダダストブギが入ってくる。1v1 の状況を作って追い詰めた。体力ローキルはない。さあ体力ここは取り切り、ブギが入ってくる。1v1 の状況を作って追い詰めた。体力ローキルはない。さあ体力ここは取り切りまして、10-1 ワンテイクダウン取っていくのはブラックリスト。 くこのブースターかけたユレウがダメージプレッシャーかけていく詰めてくる麦をうまく打ち落とすその間にキャロルもワンピック取っていまして、いや最後もユレウが決めさあ人数より取ったブラックリストうわー一瞬だ38カウントそこからの強豪スタンかけてあーテイクダウン麦
後ろからハードコードを使っているかブギーは空中で撃ち落としていくさあポイント内向かったところですがキャロルとジェン1のこの通過でさあそして柳入ってくるんですがいやー倒しきった
逃がさない
強い火力が刺さるさあポイント踏ませてもらえないいいダメージださあ回復を取りながらさあバックファイアだ
Welcome back, Voxers. I'm just Suave here with Mochi, and this is the PARAVOX Championship International. Earlier, we saw a sweep by Japan's Riddle Order against the Philippines' Blacklist International, and we are about to witness the second semi-final match where we will see the PGRT champions Full Sense versus FENNEL for later. So this is going to be an interesting time. Remember, we talked about how Full Sense right now, they have a target on their back. People are going to be testing them till the very, very end of this. But as what we've seen yesterday during the broadcasts, I just have a feeling that Full Sense, they're too strong to stop, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys and the guy and two kids, it's just gonna be crazy all out. Every single tournament that passed by PARAVOX Gibbs tournament, they take the tournament and the champion title.
They farm
Every
the
single
weeklies.
time. They farmed weeklies and they're just crazy. Someone ban these guys. Come on, like these guys are just demolishing every single one. And what's good to use here as a question is how will FENNEL shut them down? Since we already have like this good comparison of how Ripple Order works, would they be able to replicate that or do something better in order to set the par
That's
up to Full
it.
Sense Esports, or would it be the latter?
You know, I'm loving this new Full Sense jersey.
It's good, yeah.
It
looks so comfy.
It looks really nice, and it's winter right now in Japan, so yeah, good for them.
Suits the season.
And again, like you said, the one guy and the two kids.
Yep.
It looks like a proud dad with two children on stage
Yeah.
right now, and it's again they're so good though. Right, the way that Jupiter, Brook, and Obito play as a team, they look unstoppable whenever
Yep.
they are on the server. So I feel like it's gonna be the pressure on for FENNEL. Again, it is a single elimination bracket. If you don't make it past this match, then you are gonna be in the battle for third, and that's it.
I
There are no second chances.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering if they'll be able to put PGI into their books, or PCI rather, onto their books once again. Since for the record, for PGRT, they've been able to be hailed as a champion once again. I mean, what's new? And also, yeah, it's just crazy to me. Like, imagine how this team blossomed in its own, specifically just because of the fact that they loved the game so much and decided to pursue competitive. They don't have competitive experience prior to this, but now let us focus on FENNEL. FENNEL, well, they've been able to win PGRT local representative alongside Reject in the month of June before, and almost had a perfect run, but because of Reject, they haven't been able to end that off with a clean slate. But this time around, they graced their presence, and this is gonna be an interesting one for us to see now that they are giving us the reappearance here in the global stage.
I mean, speaking of interesting, look at Melon. His preferred weapon of choice is the Kyudo. Not
Oh my
something we
God.
see every day.
I'm dying to see this weapon as well. Please.
Yeah, definitely not something we see every day. So there's definitely something to look forward to here. It might not be the victory from Full Sense, but the most exciting part is seeing the Kyudo on stage. Which we have not seen on the global stage this entire year. But on the other side, of course, the PGRT champions, the tournament favorites, it is Full Sense. Brook here, that one guy that is protected by his team. 5.91 average takedown to death ratio. This is the level at which Full Sense plays. Scotchy, main point of attack, the B-Tot and the Kelsey inside of the strike point, disrupting the attempts, the formation of the enemy team at high speed.
And even just by basing from the average points, you already know that this dude is on the front lines all of the time.
Yeah.
Like, as much as possible, he's gonna be the one trying to contest them, try to distract them off of their objective, or even try to eliminate them, given the TD with a 5.91. Like, sheesh, dude.
Yeah, this is some scary stuff. And again, it's why we talked about for Full Sense, you would be expecting to see them on maps like Neo City, maps like Space, because those are the wide open maps where you can get away
move
with
freely.
anything.
Yes.
You can get your heal point up in the highest point in the sky, sit there and take some long range shots and just hope for the best. And that's what Full Sense does. Because the way that Brook plays is so separated from the map, he does so much damage without having been punished by his opponents. But of course, our map veto here starting out on space,
Okay.
Waterfront for the second, Quantum Junction for the third,
Ooh.
Neo City on the fourth, and map number 5, the decider will be in Quantum Junction.
Okay, I feel like we haven't seen Waterfront played in this type of setting for quite some time
Not
as
in a
well.
while, yeah.
And wow, I feel like this is just gonna be full of surprises. First the Kudo, now the Waterfront, and even already given the known here for Full Sense. I wonder if everything's gonna be changing in terms of pace, and if there is going to be like a different playstyle, different from what we have seen earlier for Ripple Order, or somewhat some sort of resemblance, if I may
Maybe.
say.
I mean, again, we talked about Japan as a server, as a region, one that has been out longer than the other regions here, which will have given them the opportunity to
Yeah.
kind of fine-tune what it looks like on the regional level.
Yep.
But of course, for Full Sense, these guys, they are no joke. Again, PGRT champions. If
Yep.
I'm not mistaken, they had a perfect run back in the PARAVOX Gold Rush tournament back in July. And that's why they're the favorites. And as for what we saw back in the qualifiers for PCI just a month ago, these guys were absolutely insane, undefeated throughout the entire qualifier run.
Yes, indeed. And that's gonna be really, really something that weights them either up or down. And by the way, happy birthday or belated happy birthday to Jupiter. Because
Yeah.
I believe his birthday was like a few days ago. So yeah, happy birthday to Jupiter, and you can see Oputo's smile. I mean, not gonna lie, that smile is contagious, man.
It is contagious, man. You can see that they really do love the game.
Yeah.
And this Full Sense squad is, again, like you said, they have no professional gaming experience whatsoever. They chose to pick up the game. They had fun. They did well, and Full Sense picked them up as an organization. So
Yeah.
it's a really nice story to be told here. But
Yep.
now that they've won PGRT, now that the world is watching them, the pressure is on for these guys. Everyone knows how they play. Everyone knows what they look like. And because of that, they can be specifically targeted, specifically VOD reviewed, specifically watched. And when you're not able to keep up with that kind of pressure, that's when you start to crack.
I feel like that's where the favorite line of having that sort of power comes with great responsibility. Most importantly, that there's like tons of bots available for them to review, try to counter what you currently have, and we're even seeing the brands that they're gonna be using right now. Huh.
Okay.
Okay.
This is more normal.
Yeah, but I'm expecting a queue though, pretty similar to what the pub is actually showing earlier on, but this is gonna be like the standard, if I may say.
Yeah, we are starting on space map, so we, again, like we said earlier, you would expect a Kelsey on both teams, and we are seeing that right now. Norita versus Jupiter for this matchup. The beat dot for Oputo and Hinatoto, but this one is the interesting part. Brook is on the Juno rather than the Nova. But Melon is
Yeah.
sticking to the tried and true Nova here.
Yep.
The thing about this is, as we saw earlier, when you're playing on the Juno, you need to be up close and personal, which also makes things 10 times harder for your opponent because you're at point blank range. Because the tracking has to be well done. And the mechanics on Full Sense as a squad, it doesn't matter if it's Oputo, Jupiter, or Brook, these guys are absolutely insane, whether or not you're long range or short range. And we talked about Brook as the Scotch player. He's the Juno. He does not care what role he's on. He will still be able to convert. This guy's Juno is insane. We saw it back in the qualifier. So on the other side for FENNEL, it's going to be all the pressure on Melon and on Hinatoto.
Well, pretty similar to what they usually say, a jack of all trades is always better than a master of one, right? But currently, with the switch-ups that we currently have here for Full Sense, I am looking forward into seeing how they will be able to actually be in control in terms of their prowess despite of the switch-ups that they have. And I feel like for FENNEL though, we are yet to see how they actually play on a global stage. Usually we witness them here in local, fighting off or fending off against their fellow countrymen, but this time around, this is gonna be actually different because once again, explosive and still on top team here, Full Sense.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's not just explosive. They're they're playing at a breakneck pace. The decision making is so fast for this team. So with that being said, man, map number 1 now going to be underway already. The fight for the first strike point. Melon here on top, and it's Spectrum Walls everywhere right now. Can't see a single thing inside of here. Hinatoto sustaining a lot of damage here from both teams, but he will be the first to fall. Full Sense striking first, taking so many points right now in the lead. But now the question is, are they going to be able to stay there for long enough? Because look at this. FENNEL are already taking them down one by one.
The question here is, how long would they be able to hold out? Once again, we're just starting it off, but there's already some close contention and a tug of war in terms of the tradings, or even being able to be in the strike point itself. But still, the advantage hovers towards the side of Full Sense. But
Oh, Brooks.
super close. Everything's here. Oh, the shots
What?
not necessarily connecting. That the trades are just coming in. Such a clash, a head-to-head.
Oh, Brooke! Oh, single-handedly shutting down the enemy team. Now Tactical Echo being brought out looking for more information. And now Full Sense, after that first shutdown, are going to be given permission to try and rack up as many points as possible. Brooke playing up close and personal. The movement insane. The tracking insane. Forcing them to back off again and again. Norita, even with the Spectrum Wall, is not going to be able to stay alive for very long. And now Oputo takes down Melon.
Oh my. It's just going in. The hunt still commences and still
Oputo!
continuing. But the rest of the squad here, Oputo just definitely demolishing the members here of FENNEL. But all the while, Brook is going to be gunned down for the time being, while the clashes still begin 1v2 here at the strike point specifically. And Melon already running low in terms of HP, but still trying to contest. And Oputo, despite of the fact that being all alone here, he would still be able to hold off. All the while, the other members here from Full Sense arrives, but immediately gonna be demolished as they are being depleted one by one.
This game is going to be so close right now. Only a 2-point difference, and they're really struggling for the strike point right now. But the problem is Melon is alone up against 3 right now. So low on the Elden Spectrum Wall, blocking his way as well. They are hunting him down, but he's still alive, weaving in and out of danger right now. And FENNEL keeping the lead. Look at this, they're trying to chase him down, but he's still alive. This guy, for some reason, immortal, but eventually he will fall.
That's such of a close matchup there with Melon and Brook, but Brook still holding
Oh!
up. And Jupiter is, of course, gonna follow up from the advancements of their fellow comrade. But now, oh my, FENNEL is still on the lead somehow, while Full Sense still being caught off guard and trying to catch them in the act. And all of these, seems like we're seeing the Photon just trying to obliterate their positioning, and all the Spectrum Wall doing its job, dividing them and making them rotate or try to make another way into advancing forward. But now they're already on a strike, be in advance.
And you can see it right now, how close this game is. It's going to be down to the last second, down to the wire for both these teams. Couple of kills now. Melon trying to keep control of the strike point, but there's too many people on the other side here. Chooses to play for his team, waiting for the signal to go back inside, doing some damage to the enemy team. Brook so low right now, having to stay alive in the midst of all this from FENNEL. Melon finds Brook here, and everyone else so low.
Oh, not sure what's happening here, but the contestment just goes on. But FENNEL still tries to hunt every single person down. It's always them ganging up on a specific person and trying to deplete their HP the most that they can in order to prevent them from just holding into Strike B in general. And other than that, they're just being blocked away with the Spectrum Walls being placed here in favor for the side of FENNEL as well.
Quick little tactical echo here for Full Sense to have an idea of where their opponents are. They do see Norita here playing around. Does keep them distracted right now, but Melon will take down Brook here. 1 point difference between the two teams, and the strike point not in anyone's hands squarely right now. Spectrum Wall now going to be deployed for Full Sense, but the problem is there's only Oputo alive here. Trying to keep it contested, trying to keep himself alive, and he still is. The teammates have now come in. Backup has arrived for him, but there's still, it's so close, Mochi. It's so close.
It's crazy as well how the contestment still goes on the strike points. It's pretty much of a close battle between the two teams, wherein we're just seeing like a mere 8-point difference right now here, just Wabe. But now we're seeing them just coming into the trade.
Oh, what?
Hinatoto gonna be obliterating a couple of members here from Full Sense, and they try to put themselves back into strike point B.
And there you go. Another kill. Brook will be falling. Jupiter, the last man left standing, stuck on the outside of the strike point. blocked off by the two players of FENNEL, but here you're going to make an attempt again. Obito already here using the Echo to get himself inside, but there's too many people on the other side of this, man.
Oh my.
1v3 inside, but finally the team's striking here. 20-point lead for FENNEL. The Kings are being brought to their knees right now for this first map and still counting. Brook doing the damage, but there's still so much to be done. And Jupiter, in an attempt to try and keep things in their favor, is not able to. There's too many things going on. The Photon, the Spectrum Wall, and everyone throwing the damage his way. But Opero finds Hinatoto here. There's only Norita left, and this is the chance that they might need.
They're being consumed, and it seems like FENNEL is on the tip of the spear here. They've been able to take control of Bebes here from Full Sense, and they're currently trying to fend them off. Finally, they've got a hold of B, but the strike point is going to be changing in just mere seconds. And now we're on to strike point C.
And already the fight now beginning inside of the third strike point here. Melon sustaining damage, peppered with bullets from the enemy team right now as FENNEL is trying to secure the strike point. And look at this, they are almost 20 points ahead, but here Full Sense choosing violence, taking them down one by one. Hinatoto ever so low as well. They know they can control of the strike point right now. They are hunting him down, get themselves a shutdown, possibly make things easier. And it is going to be granted to the PGRT Kings. Full Sense so healthy right now and give it a chance to really catch up in terms of points. They are only 5 points away from tying this up.
This is their chance to equalize everything or even move further into reaching that 100-point mark. And they have the advancements. Brook is just out of control. The Behemoth going like onto them. Oh my. And before we even know it, everything is about to come close. It's all up to them. It's all they have to do is to hold this one out. But now the contestment begins. Our members here from FENNEL finally contesting them. Aputo holding it down. Rest of the squad here just trying to push them away. And still, they hold on strong here for FENNEL.
Full Sense being on the back foot more than half of this map, but now they're 1 point away. Just when you thought you could take them down, the Kings rise tall and they take the first map.
Wow, what just happened there? Everything's so close. Everything's so head to head, fang to fang, eye to eye. I don't even know, but still, Fosen's been able to push through that strong. And look at them just, you know what? Let me hydrate myself after such a really tough match. And it's just crazy how, like, that point of definitely trying to kill them individually would make such of a difference and turn the tides to their favor.
Yeah, and you could see it. The way that FENNEL started to realize that they were starting to fall behind. It's the way that Full Sense changed their objective. Because at first, Full Sense, they tried to play normal PARAVOX, right?
Yep.
Stay inside of the strike point, try and do some damage from afar, but they don't have the Scotchy this time around. So it's a real change of rhythm for this team. And you could see during strike point B, when they started to get more aggressive, they made sure that FENNEL were not able to breathe, make sure that they were not given the chance to rack up points in the strike point, and it came to fruition specifically in strike point C. They kept that same consistency. They were able to sustain the damage all the way until the very end. And again, with more strike points means every time you die, your respawn timer extends even more. And that's where Full Sense found the opportunity to really come back from it. It was an 88-86 lead, which was caught up in the end. And once they got that shutdown, there was no turning back for Full Sense.
No turning back, indeed. And we have also witnessed how close they've been able to, like, try to move them out of the position here for FENNEL. They've been able to push back some of the members here from Full Sense. And in turn, Brook is actually missing out some points because of the Spectrum Wall that they have been able to place here in Strike A and B. But unfortunately, that did not last long. They tried to play more closely among each other, amongst other things, and prevent them from even going to the heals here for FENNEL. And in turn, they've been able to turn the tables and finally get this match for themselves, ending it off with a bang. And this is just the first match, everyone, and we're on to waiting what's gonna happen in Waterfront later.
And this is going to be a really interesting time. The last time we saw Full Sense in Waterfront, they looked unstoppable. But based on what we saw today, I think FENNEL, they have done their homework. They got really close. They took full
They
control
studied a lot.
of the map. I think 70% of the map, it was in FENNEL's favor. If it was not for that last shutdown during Strike Point C, Full Sense would not have gotten this. But that's not what happened. They took control, they got the shutdown, they won map number 1, starting it off with our best of 5 in their favor.
But on the bright side here for FENNEL, this just means that, you know, all their hard work is finally been able to materialize, giving them this such of a close match. And right now, all they have to do is to strengthen it and try to point out what's gonna be like the issue. Like, once again, we cannot rely on the sub skills and main skills that our guns have. We still have to be present and on the moment in terms of positioning. Pretty similar to what they have done with the first few moments here in our space map. But now here for the second one, Waterfront, this is gonna be some sort of an interesting one. Well, like, we have Strike Point A, wherein we are gonna be playing at a garage, if I may say, a warehouse.
Yep.
Which is quite close, pretty similar to the Strike Point A here in Miyako. But in terms of the Strike Point B, everything's open.
Yeah, things get weird when it gets to Strike Point B, specifically when you have Kelsey users in the mix. Things get
Agree.
very weird here, which is why I'm going to be expecting to still see a Kelsey around here. There is that willingness for innovation for both these teams. You could really see it, how they
Yeah.
played, the changes in their strategies, the calling during space map as well. And here, of course, you could see how close it was. It was, if I'm not mistaken, 86 to 88 at one point in time when Full Sense actually started that comeback. And then once they got that shutdown, it was over. But you could really see the type of
Wow.
control that was here, man. Melon was doing God's work for FENNEL. Norita, of course, being the supportive player. But in the face of Full Sense that has a fragging roster. It doesn't matter who it is, they will frag. You can see Kelsey in Jupiter's hands. 7 to 8 here. That's not normal for a
Yeah.
Kelsey player.
And I feel like this is also the time wherein you will be able to appreciate Oputo more on that B thought. Like, all of the anchoring that he has been doing has been well done on his end. Specifically, even in terms of the damage he's been able to deal alongside with Brook. And despite of the fact that Brook is being continuously shoved away, he still tried to persevere and put things into their control. And that is the beauty of being able to pull off that comeback here for our space map.
Yeah, and you could really see it. It was a comeback. Full Sense did not have control whatsoever of the first 2 strike points, especially in Strike Point A, when FENNEL really started off hot. But the problem was, the longer things got, I think FENNEL kind of ran out of energy towards the end, and that's the thing. That's where Full Sense
Consistency.
really shines. It's the
Yeah.
consistency, being able to continue your performance throughout the entire map and not just at the start.
And
That's
yeah.
where it comes from.
Not only with the consistency, I feel like it can be worded better with tenacity and how they would be able to, like, you know what, resist all of the strikes that's being thrown at them by FENNEL themselves. And all the while, with the current setup that we currently have, it's just them being able to adapt so quick after all that's being thrown to them, and finally putting it up in the close. It's, once again, it doesn't matter who begins it, it's all about who finish it.
Yep. Doesn't matter how you got it as long as you won.
Yep, that's so true.
Yeah. But man, what a comeback it was, really. The mental game is really important for PARAVOX as well. We saw back in PGRT, there were a lot of teams, after having lost maybe 10, 20 points, they would not be able to catch up because the mental game was really starting to catch up with them, which, again, makes you respect these players more. Because there is no time to struggle with the mental game. Games last 5, maybe 10 minutes here in PARAVOX. So map number 2 is going to be a question of what it's going to look like here on Waterfront. We'll see what the brands are for these teams. I would love to see Brook on a Scotch again, but
Yeah.
it's gonna depend. This is Waterfront after all.
I feel like there's also this element of surprise onto them, no? Using a different brand after all, that the Scotch has already been like a common information available for other teams to actually digest and try to crack some additional strategies in order to nullify that. But yeah, that's just tons of information for us to actually unpack, and we have been able to do that right now. But currently, Waterfront, and we're
already
starting up strong here with Brook eliminating Melon.
Quick little kill for him. Now Hinatoto, the last man on the strike point, is going to be taken down. So it's Norita trying to prevent them from getting too many points. And Oputo, my God! The amount of damage he's done in the first 30 seconds of this game. Taken down 3 already. Now Brook as well joining it up right now. This is going to be an interesting first strike point.
Oh my, and even just by seeing them doing these aerial battles,
What?
the fact that this is close quarter combats, Obito is just demolishing whoever's gonna be there. Oh! He was almost gonna be falling onto the waters. Oh, there's all the luck of the mobility available for them, but now they're just trying to demolish them. Jupiter already good for 2 in this specific moment in time, breaking the Spectrum wall and still taking in control.
And right now, man, Full Sense look in full control.
Oh.
That's only the first kill for FENNEL this entire time. But Jupiter and company have done so much again. Still, damage now being done this time. Full Sense fully in control of this first map. Strike point A squarely in their possession right now, as now Brook is being given this freedom. Try and catch people unawares. There goes Hinatoto on one side. Obito takes down Melon as well. Brook still on the prowl here, using the Juno, being the main damage dealer of his squad. Playing around here, but Hinatoto will fall again. Norita gone. Almost a shutdown for them, but that doesn't matter because Full Sense, there's so much points in their favor right now. And even Melon, in an attempt to try and keep things possible, will be taken down by Jupiter like it's no one's business.
And it's quite unfortunate how you can see that FENNEL is always being pushed back here onto the waters, cornering them some sort of way. But Hinatoto will try to stand up for himself and will make their way into their specific positions now. But still, FENNEL finally racking up the points here after Full Sense definitely trying to take the strike point for themselves, but now it's been snatched up quickly by Brook and Obito.
That's happening again here. Full Sense in control, doing damage over to 2 players. Now they're going to try and prevent them from getting too many points. Full Sense on the verge of 40 right now, with Jupiter taking down Melon as well. The last 30 seconds here in the first strike point, and they are milking it for every point that it is worth right now. It's desperate from Norita to stay alive, but now the shutdown going to be coming in for Full Sense right now. 15 seconds. It looks like Full Sense are going to get themselves up to 60 before anything else happens, before needing to rotate away. But there's still so much to do.
10 seconds left on the clock here before the strike point actually changes, and we are just going to be contesting the heck out of this. Full Sense says, and some of them already making their move, heading into our next
What is that?
While what is this Spectrum wall? I wonder what is happening here, but they're continuously denying them the rotation coming from them. Full Sense still getting them out of the map.
Yeah. No space, no kills right now for FENNEL, as Full Sense are blocking them at every way. But the problem now is Brook is going to be alone. Has to play around and wait for the team to respawn to make sure that he could stay alive here. But Full Sense, good news is they're already halfway there, Mochi. 51 to 35, they are in the lead. The Kings of PGRT looking to defend their title here, continuously fighting it off here in the second strike point, which, as per right now, does not seem to be in anyone's position.
Oh, everyone's just trying to push each other off of their specific areas and denying the heals as well, which is definitely a benefit here for FENNEL. Oh my, after getting 2 points, everything's been able to hold the strike point B once again. No one wants to give and everyone just wants to take. But Full Sense would still try to get the ladder.
Finally, some 3 points here for Full Sense, but the problem is FENNEL already answering back. Norita inside at the strike point here. The shutdown coming in for the Japanese squad here, giving them the opportunity to push this forward to take that lead back. Opito is going to be back momentarily. The rest of the team has to be waited for now. Already here, playing invisibility, trying to keep them unawares of his current position right now as the Spectrum Wall being dropped down as well. You know where he is, they're chasing him down. Opito playing around like it's nobody's business right now. The beat thought coming in handy for him, chasing them down one by one. The damage done. Melon and Jupiter will fall right now, and it's a continuous struggle here on the second strike point.
Second strike point, struggle indeed, and all just surrounded by waters, and we have been able to see Brook being victimized because of that. But 70 points and a 14-point advantage here for FENNEL, and FULSENSE is yet to catch up. But Jupiter, once again, alongside with Opito, still trying to hunt them down, hoping for the comeback once again here in this match. But we are yet to say it early this point in time if that is actually possible.
Yeah, and now approaching the last 30 seconds for strike point B, where FENNEL have gotten the advantage. Spectrum Wall being brought out for them as well, further denying the space over onto FULSENSE. Brook trying to do some damage, trying to find someone to kill. Finds Hinatoto here with a quick little kill for him. But Spectrum Wall is in his way. His teammates nowhere to be found right now. But FULSENSE, they have control. They're catching up. Less than 10 points to go here to catch up to their Japanese counterparts here. And there's only 10 seconds before moving to strike point C. And FULSENSE, they've done it just in the nick of time.
Oh my, this is history repeating itself. This is the match one all over again. These are the moments where FULSENSE actually shines because of how good they are into trying to revert and adjust in accordance to how their opposition plays. Strike point C.
Oh boy.
For the taking. Brook finally owing for the blessing here onto Norita and even Jupiter. Killing Melon off, and they're not gonna stop right there because despite the fact that Hinatoto is still existing, he's gonna be demolished by
and the
Jupiter
shutdown.
right in the Oh, the shutdown is crazy.
There you go. This is the same thing that happened earlier. Shutdown for FULSENSE. 9 points to go here on the strike point right now, and FENNEL are gonna have to make a wild run for it. But as soon as they get there, they get stricken down. 1 point left, and again, the PGRT Kings staying on top.
And I guess nothing much changes, right? It's pretty similar to what happened earlier.
Who's writing
on
the scripts?
Who's writing the script? These guys have plot armor. It's crazy. I've been saying this time and time again how they've been able to, like, you know what? Oh no, they're losing from these moments from strike A and strike B. But once strike C just happens, like, man.
That's insanity. I don't know how they do it.
Kiss.
It's perfect, right? The perfect underdog story, even though they are not literal underdogs. But for this, they started off, they keep it close, and then they start falling behind, right? Because the shutdown has happened from FENNEL, but they continued, they persevered, they brought it to strike point C. They got the shutdown and ended it before FENNEL could do anything about that comeback from coming to fruition. So now it's 2-0 in this best of 5, the second best of 5 of the day. And you can see it here on the replay, man, the way that they played around the Spectrum Walls, the way that Brook, again, so willing to do the damage, and the same for Jupiter as well, being able to anchor on the strike point, prevent them from getting points when he was alone. Those are the small details that a lot of people miss.
Yes, indeed. And even in terms of how they've been able to corner some of our members here from FENNEL and push them away onto the waters is actually astounding to me. Like, Brook, despite of this dude just being pristine in terms of his movement, there are some moments where, you know, you won't be immortal after all. And sometimes it does work, but unfortunately they're quick to adapt and they're quick to inflict the same poison that they have been able to let them taste earlier on.
Yeah, and again, they kept doing the same thing. Honestly, you could see that FENNEL, they their playbook seems to have run dry when it came to the latter part of the game. You could see that their attempts at aggression were not working anymore because again when Brook starts going, you cannot stop him. He's just so well done, so clean from FULSENSE on the comeback, right? Keeping it challenging, but at the same time, still able to finish what they started. And you can see kind of the same thing here. This time, the Kelsey and Jupiter, again, we call this the supportive gun.
It's higher.
it's higher. He's on a positive takedown death ratio, 10, 11, and 7. So you can see that FENNEL were really struggling here on Waterfront.
Yeah, and I think it is safe to say that Melon is one of the people here from FENNEL who actually received tons of that damage. Like, he's continuously being cornered onto the waters here, specifically by Jupiter and Brook. And fortunately, he hasn't been able to get the chance to mentally reset after the whole duration of the match. And instead, they've been suffering from quite some time, except for the first few moments from strike point A and B.
And that's how fast things go. I mean, you can see this. Again, Obito, look at his hit rate right now. 48.2%. And
Yeah.
even Brook with the Juno, for a
good.
Juno, this is an insane hit rate. 13% hit rate on the Juno.
Yeah.
Considering, again, the range at which you need to play, the tracking needs to be perfect, your movement has to be able to catch up with your opponent as well. So, again, the young guns of Full Sense are more than just guns.
You know what? When you think of it, I'm really curious on what sensitivity these players are actually playing on, because
It's like, it's probably 7 times my sensitivity.
yeah, which is crazy, right? Because that's just how quick they are to actually move. You know, like the mechanical skills that you have to possess in order to adapt in this type of high intensity play is just amazing to us.
Yeah. You can see the vibes are still good as well for Full Sense. They
They're
are
just
chilling, man. They do not give a care in the world right now. You can see Brook waving high. And it seems to me that FENNEL, they are starting to feel that. They are starting to feel that pressure. Yes, there's a little bit of a smile out of them, but the problem is it just doesn't seem to be converting into results, right? They're able to start it off hot. They started nice and hot for both maps, being able to bring Full Sense to the limit. But then they get careless. That's when the shutdowns happen. That's when Full Sense are given the opportunity to just grab it out of their hands. That victory.
Yeah, I don't even know if they are just being careless or they cannot process everything that's happening because of how everything is going. It's all fast, it's all quick, and if you are on the receiving end of things, it's gonna mull over your mentality in some sort of way.
Yeah. And it's so important. Again, we talked about the mental game earlier.
Yep.
There is no time to be playing the mental game here.
Yeah.
It's so fast.
You have to resist
We have
everything.
seen games that last literally 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Games that don't last past strike point A. So you really can't let that mental get to you. So
Yeah.
FENNEL, right now, same spot as Blacklist International, 1 map away from being dropped down into the battle for 3rd, or the possibility of
A
a
reverse
reverse sweep. And even when they can win this map, even when they do that, they need to last 2 more. There is so little room for error for this squad right now. The Japanese looking to take down the kings of PGRT.
Indeed, and I'm really looking forward to how FENNEL would be able to try and push forward with what they're doing and maintain it towards reaching the strike point C, because if you can see how Full Sense plays, they're not gonna let go the strike point B without a fight. But now,
No changes.
Yeah, we're seeing some changes here.
No changes whatsoever for both teams here. Brook's still on the Juno. He has fully retired his Scotch identity and is choosing to be up close and personal just the way he likes it right now. No changes either on the FENNEL side. Melon still on the Nova. Kelsey still in the hands of Norita. And of course the beat dot for both sides, Obito and Hinatoto here. So it's going to be down to this last map. Possibility of Full Sense starting another sweep. It's going to come down to here, Quantum Junction.
And I feel like this is just gonna be the challenge here, right? There's gonna be some sort of a race, especially when you head towards the strike point B here in Quantum Junction. It's lower and upper floor strike points is gonna be a deal breaker for both ends.
And those get weird. They get so weird.
It's gonna be weird, yeah.
Some people
Agree.
forget the verticality of Quantum Junction.
Yes.
The up and down, the movement, being able to rotate between strike points whenever necessary as well. Because of the distance of strike points here in Quantum Junction, it's a little bit different from
so
the other
weird.
maps. And that's which is why Quantum Junction is so interesting as map. And already, here we are, map number 3 for the series here. Melon and company. FENNEL versus Full Sense on the back foot right now, looking to keep themselves alive. But Brook already with the first kill. And the second! What is this? Full Sense coming out of the gate swinging.
early stages, and they're trying to keep things in control, and they no longer want that comeback moment. They want everything to be in favor at this current time. There's still a lot of time here, but we can see the several membership of FENNEL is just gonna be pushed back, taken aback even. Melon though is gonna be elevating his play.
Yeah, definitely elevating it here, keeping it possible right now for FENNEL. They take control again. It is 13-6 right now. We'll see if they can extend this lead even further, make things easier in the latter parts of this map. Because remember, the last two maps, it's when it became a long game that they started to falter. That's where they need to do it. And again, Brook not even giving them the opportunity to get to that point.
Oh, and even seeing the Hound of Photon just connected to them just blatantly. I never even saw that the Spectrum Wall can be used like that. Like, you let them take the heal, but they will be delayed in getting back into the strike point. And it's been looking good here for Full Sense, trying to play it under runners, but never mind. It seems like they're already ahead here for FENNEL.
Yeah, FENNEL looking to extend this lead again. Now the shutdown in response for the Japanese squad. 33-11. It's looking like it might be the same story. FENNEL, can you finally finish it? We'll have to see. Now Brook, where the positioning of two players here trying to cut down Norita, who is running for his life, gets taken down here now. Hinatoto and Melon so far away, but Brook again. This guy is on a roll, and they're hunting down Melon, the last man standing for FENNEL here for a shutdown. Not going to be granting them that chance.
I don't even know if the caster's curse is going to be present, and we are assuming that everything's going to play out pretty similar to what we have from our first, second matches, but and oh my god, it's just gonna be crazy if that will be the same thing that's gonna happen again. But Brook's gonna be shut down by Hinatoto at that moment, and they are yet to still fend them off here in Strike Point 8. They're falling apart. They are struggling against the prowess Hinatoto is bringing onto them, but Brook on the retaliation and yet to offer a comeback.
15 seconds now left here in the first strike point right now, looking to milk it for every last possible point. Brook takes down Melon here, but the problem is now, are you even able to get those points? The objective not covered by Full Sense. With the last 3 seconds here, it's going to be a wild goose chase for the second strike point on the lower floor. Tactical Echo now being brought out for Full Sense. I have an idea of the positioning of the last two players for FENNEL here, but they're already at 60, Mochi. They are more than halfway through, and they're doing more and more damage. Now Brook trying to rain bullets down from the sky, running it down. He's not going to be able to do so much damage in FENNEL. They've left Brook now all alone, and the shutdown as well. There's only 30 points to go for FENNEL, and it looks like Full Sense for the first time are looking very vulnerable here.
This is so new to our eyes. We didn't even expected that this is going to be quite of a one-sided moment, but
18 points, Mochi.
They're just mere 18 points away here for FENNEL, and they're trying to get themselves back into the series, a potential comeback, a potential reverse sweep even, but they're just being chased down. Aputo and as well as Brook, despite of the fact that they are struggling.
It's happening again!
I don't think if this is gonna last them long.
How is Jupiter alive?
They're still alive.
Oh my god, they're trying to chase him down, but it's too much to be done. Melon finally getting that kill. Eventually, the Photon being brought out. Melon narrowly avoiding death, as well as the rest of Full Sense now taking control. Brook hunting him down, doing some damage. Cannot get anything to be converted. But Oputo and Brook one at a time right now. They have to kick a quick little breath because right now Melon's going to be left alone. And this is where Full Sense excels. It is the third strike point. The opportunity for them to do more damage, to be able to catch up, to be able to do again the comeback.
Not quite sure if that's going to be possible. I mean, this is much more closer than ever before. They're yet 14 points away from securing this third match. Oh, the Spectrum Wall is just going to be denying any sort of entry coming in from either ends. And all still boils down to the specific duels present. Hinatoto, all it takes is for you to pop
Brook's
up
gone!
once again. And it's currently happening. Apudo, though, still going to be answering them back. And they are yet to secure additional points into this one. But FENNEL still racking it up.
Full Sense, though, they're not going to be letting go, man. Their knuckles are turning white with the strength of which they are holding on to this last strike point. Damage done from Melon right now. Brook looking more often than not shut down by the enemy team. And that's the shutdown. FENNEL keep themselves alive in the series and take map 3.
Wow. Huge development present here for FENNEL. And this is where things are finally getting interesting. It's not just a one-sided thing. Everything's been able to like be snatched up any point in time possible.
Yeah, and you could see the way that Brook was really starting to struggle. He was doing the
Yeah.
damage, but I think that FENNEL, they've finally gotten an idea. The way that they're baiting him out, distracting Brook. They're engaging him, but not
gatekeep.
trying to kill because they know they can't kill the
Yes.
kid. So all they're doing right now is keeping him busy, make sure that he's distracted, so everyone else can get away with killing the other two members of Full Sense.
Oh my, and feels like FENNEL is finally aware of their sad weakness here. And of course, as much as possible, they will capitalize on that. They'll take the most amount of advantage from that. And specifically heading towards our next map, Neo City, I'm quite unsure how this is gonna be a crazy one because this is gonna be a chase if that would be the case.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Neo City is the one map I think that Brook still plays on the Scotch, so we'll see if he does decide to use that because of how every strike point is wide open on this map. That's why they go ahead and keep that same structure here. But it looks like there's a very passionate discussion going on the Full
Yeah.
Sense side. You see Opito a little bit frustrated as to what happened. They got really close, actually, quite a few moments. But Brook got reckless. They got the shutdown on
Yeah.
FENNEL, but even despite that, they were not able to take that lead back. They were not able to even catch up towards the end. I think we ended up at a was it a 70 to 100 scoreline approximately, and yeah, this time the late game push from Full Sense did
quite
not
big.
come to fruition.
Yeah. But also, just by seeing or judging how Opito actually discusses some things and pointers of what they should change in the next map, it's actually good because that is the beauty of having someone older than you in your team. You get to learn, you get to adapt, and of course, there's no room of attitude as well.
Yep.
As much as possible, you have to cope up and try to make and mend your mistakes that just happened from the latter part of the game, and try to act on it as quick as possible. But what's good here for FENNEL though is that they've been able to, try to step up in some sort of way, specifically Melon. If he is getting cornered earlier on, they're inflicting the same pain onto Brook this time around.
Yeah, and you can see it. I think he got more than 10 kills out of that map. Melon really stepped up. Yeah, it's 12 to 5 right now for him.
So good.
Norita not having done too much, but honestly, what do you need to do if Melon's already there?
All you have to do is sit yourself there and watch and just try to actually add up to the chaos and disarray that is happening against Full Sense as well. And seeing the struggle here onto Brook, pretty much still astounding, if I may say. But in terms of Jupiter and Opito, they're always being gunned down the moment that they secured a specific strike point. So that is going to be a struggle as well, because other than the fact that Brook is being shoved away, these two players who's trying their best to get the points into a specific strike point is being demolished by multiple members from FENNEL.
Yeah, and this is what seemed to me Quantum Junction looked like not a figurative mental game, but this was the literal mental game. They kept weaving in and out, keeping Brook busy. Yes, Brook was getting a lot of kills, but that's exactly what they needed him to do. They needed him to get distracted, get him away from the most important part of the map, aka the strike points. And because of that, Jupiter and Opito could not get away with their usual hijinks.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is going to be the time for Full Sense to actually try and navigate towards other brands, if I may say, or would they still stick to this current lineup of having a Juno, a Kelsian, as well as a Beat Dot in return? Because from we have just witnessed, they've been able to pull strings off in the last few moments, but they cannot rely on that time and time again. And now they're already on our fourth map, Neo City. Well, things are up to still stay the same in terms of their brands.
Yep. And man, this is the change though. Melon on the Juno here makes you now question how willing you are to
I was
play
about
against
to point it
Brook.
out, like, what dude is on the Juno?
This
now?
is strange to me.
Yeah.
This short range duel against Brook, a young gun who's so mechanically gifted, I think would not be the best way to approach this for FENNEL. But I mean, they're running on the high of having one Quantum Junction, so
Yes.
why not try something different on Neo City? why not keep them questioning what's gonna happen on the map?
In my personal perspective, I believe that Juno on Melon is them finally saying, okay, I can feel that this is our game now.
Yep.
So let us try to wrap things up, try to change things up. And currently, well, this is going to be up to a very interesting run. Everything's about to get spicy as we head onto our fourth map.
There we go. Already, Hiratoto on the map here. Melon doing the damage onto Obito. Nice couple of kills here for FENNEL, but it's going to be an answer back between them. This is the map that everyone loves, and now it's going to be 2 for 2. Melon against Brook, and Brook will fall!
Wow.
That's the statement from them. Melon can take it.
Melon can take it indeed, as there's already a couple of people down here early in this round, and they are continuously racing this off and getting all the points that they can from our strike point. And once again, the arena of either a marathon, a chase, a duel, a massacre, whatever it might be. It is a combination of those things right now as Brook tries to fend and contest continuously.
What is
here.
this?
Strike point A, Spectrum Wall just blocking everything all of an instant, and the contestment still goes on. And Fulsons tries to get the edge on this one. Norita popping up. Different from what we've seen earlier on.
And strike point A looking like a twisted game. We'll bring around the Rosie here. Norita with a triple kill. And the shutdown already onto Full Sense. FENNEL already at 25 points. They're a quarter of the way there. And here, Full Sense seem to have not even been able to find a stable footing on this map right now. And Norita, so good so far. Looking to try and keep it that way. Full Sense, though, they have control of the strike point. They're racking up the points right now. Spectrum Wall blocking off one side. Norita, the only man making first point of contact here up against the enemy team.
Oh my. Still, the contestment persists. And Full Sense tries to take the step into our strike point ace. Once again, a minute before our strike points change. They are still fighting for their lives here, and as much as possible, FENNEL is capitalizing on the control they currently have, eliminating or keeping their HPs low here for Full Sense.
The problem here, Full Sense seem to not have an idea about how to approach this, because FENNEL, they're not really specifically anchoring on the strike point. Rather, they're just sitting there waiting for them to come, and then they come in with a trap. Now a couple of kills coming in their way. Brook so low on the health, but he's still alive for now. Looking for an opportunity to get inside here. It's going to be Melon playing around the pillar. Spectrum Wall being brought out as well. Even though Obito is here, there's not going to be any assistance from his team because they have been separated. It's going to be a game of divide and conquer here for FENNEL. Another Spectrum Wall being brought out from Full Sense this time in response to trying to keep them alive. Look at this. Naruto, Brook, Melon good for one each right now, but FENNEL, they're pulling away little by little. They're already halfway there, Mochi.
Already halfway there, and already about time for the Area B to actually unlock. And we can see Norita just taking the charge onto this one. And even though that Full Sense is trying to take control out of everything,
Jupiter.
they are quite of a loss of where they can actually secure all those health points or all those heals, because right now, we are just seeing them demolishing our members here for the side of Full Sense, and they are yet to even rack up some points, get some points. Full Sense finally strike point for themselves.
Yeah, now FENNEL, even if Full Sense they're able to do that damage, to get those kills right now, FENNEL, they're keeping it under control. Denying them the space, denying them the territory inside of strike point B, and Full Sense, even if they're able to get those kills, they can't convert. They're stuck. They've been stuck on 25 for the longest time, not being granted the opportunity for a shutdown. It is literally divide and conquer. Back off, get a kill, turn it into a 1v1. Make sure that Full Sense cannot play their own game. Make sure that they cannot play as a team. And that's what FENNEL is doing.
And even the denial in terms of the heals here from FENNEL is doing wonders on their end. And we are already 35 points away from getting this match secured by FENNEL as well. And they are not stopping anytime soon. Oh no, it is not looking good. Obito running low, and you can see how their HPs, they're fighting for the life rather than the objective. Not a good look here for Full Sense, if I may say.
Definitely not looking good. Now Naruto and Melon taking down one each. It's gonna be Brook left alone here. Soul member still alive at the moment as they're trying to keep this moving forward, man. But hey, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 84-32. FENNEL on the brink right now. And here we got it, man. We got a quick little shout out as well. Remember, we're out of Brazilian teams, but we do have a Brazilian streamer on a watch party of their own. It is for Seiken.
Hi.
And here we are now. FENNEL, 11 points from the end of the map. From bringing it to map number 5, the Kings of PGRT struggling to even keep up with the Japanese squad of FENNEL. And they are not going to let go anytime soon, Mochi.
Oh my. 11 points. Oh, they're still fighting. They're still trying.
9
but
points!
it seems like the situation is not entirely on their hands as there are already 8 points remaining here. A single-digit score. That is all they need in order to seal this match up. But look at what is happening right now. They're still trying. They're still fighting. But unfortunately, it seems like almost is never enough. 2 more points and Melon is demolishing everything in sight. Oh, FENNEL is going to be taking the 4th map for our series.
Who would have thought, man? It was looking like it was possible to be a 3-0 sweep for the PGRT Kings, but FENNEL are here to prove them wrong. Now, 2-2. We are on the edge. 1 map remaining here for this series, Mochi.
Yeah.
This is going to be make or break for both the teams. Full sense. The question is, will their dynasty fall as quickly as it was built?
Oh, that is a good question. And will there be new empires built here specifically for our possible emperors from Japan? Because look at this. Look at this standpoint. What is the possibility of having like a Japan versus Japan on our finals? This is gonna be a heck of a battle, and we are all gonna know after this last map happens into the land of Quantum once again.
Yeah, here we go. And this is where everything turned around, Mochi. Remember, it was gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, it was Quantum where finally the control was wrested away by FENNEL.
Yep.
To bring things in their momentum, and we're going right back into it.
Melon
So
is
full
so
sense,
good.
hopefully for them right now, they're gonna be able to adapt to what happened earlier, find a
Yeah.
way to take things back and keep themselves alive in our tournament, because it's literally tournament life on the line for everyone, for both squads right now here in this last map.
Yes, indeed. Oh my, it's just crazy, you know? And if we can even recall, like, Quantum Complex was like one of the maps wherein they were almost winning here, but unfortunately didn't actually play out in accordance to how Full Sense anticipates it to be. And
Yeah.
sometimes passion is not entirely enough in order for you to win something. It's all up into how you'll be able to hold out and adjust, adapt to what's being thrown at you. Most especially that we can see that Melon alongside the 2 others is just feeling themselves right now. You know what? That switch up in terms of the brand is not out of the blue. It's out of feeling and how they are determined and confident and how they would be able to use that up to its fullest potential.
And you can see it, right? It's really coming down to the Juno players here to make things or break it for both their teams. You can see Brook did his absolute best, but the problem was, man, FENNEL were just so well coordinated in Neo City. They knew exactly how to play this, and they knew how to make sure that Full Sense could not get their win condition.
Yep, indeed. And all the more merrier that little by little, every single map Full Sense, their hit rates, specifically on Jupiter and Brook, it's getting lower and lower, which is not a good look. And that's quite unfortunate. I wonder how they will be able to pull this back.
Yeah, man. It's definitely not a good sign. It's going to be down to the wire. We are at the brink for both squads here. PGRT champions versus some Japanese boys who will win. Oh, by the way, yeah, quick little shout out to, again, we said one of the Brazilian streamers, Forsaken Wow, who is here. Vamos, obrigado for showing up on the English stream. We'll see you guys next time. Hopefully, in our next event, we get more Brazilian representation as well. And we appreciate you guys showing up here. Everyone in chat, there are giveaways in Twitch chat for those who want to get some skins in the game. But here we go. Little look at the last map right now. Quantum Junction, FENNEL versus Full Sense. The last map here in the best of 5, and Oputo is shaking his head.
No!
He's looking at us and he's like, why is this happening to me?
I like how their vibe is like so light while everything is already going downhill.
He's
so
like,
it's fine, you know?
It's fine, it's fine. It's all good.
Do you recall like the dog in a house fire and he's just getting his coffee?
Yes, this is fine.
Yeah, it's pretty similar
okay.
to that meme. Like change on that with Oputo's face on that dog.
He's just a chill guy.
He's a chill guy.
But I mean, it's super important, right?
Yeah.
These moments that we have between maps is where they can have the opportunity for a quick little respite from the pressure, from the mechanics that have to be played here. And with this last map, all the pressure is gonna be here for both the teams. And we're starting it off here in Quantum Junction, the last map here in our second semifinal.
Here we go
and
again.
FENNEL already in the lead here. Damage being done, but the first kill goes the way of Full Sense.
Oh my, if you guys may recall, it just happened earlier on. Full Sense is struggling so bad, and how these members are actually just trying to fend FENNEL because they're always being gatekeep and they're always struggling in attempting to try and outsmart FENNEL off of their positioning. But now, it seems like they're starting this off pretty strong. It's quite close, but until when?
Yeah, things are a little bit slower actually compared to the last map, but this time Brooke, good little kill on Toto. You can actually see the approach, right? They are literally dividing and conquering Full Sense because these guys, they play like a shark, a shark frenzy, right? When one attacks, the others follow suit. And now, with that, it looks to be a little bit more successful this time around.
Little successful indeed, although this is going to be quite of a new look here for Full Sense. Pretty different from what we have seen earlier on. They are trying to contest them much closer than earlier because if we may recall, they're just being pushed off.
Oh.
Never mind, that just happened into the hands of Melon.
Yeah, good little kill now, FENNEL. Pulling away little by little. We are not even halfway through the first one here, but Jupiter does get that kill on Hinatoto. There's only a 10-point difference right now, Mochi. You can notice actually that because of the respawn timers being so short, the pressure is on for once you get that first kill, you need to follow up with the second too. Make sure that you can get the chance to take the territory on the strike point.
Yes, indeed. And we still have 50 seconds on the clock here. All the while, Brook is already running low in terms of HP and possibly being hunted down here by some of the members of FENNEL. Hinatoto will be taking out Oputo as well. And they're just going to take their time of day and trying to reset themselves. Unfortunately, Jupiter will also join into the cemetery, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta watch him in the graveyard here now. Full Sense really falling back, but Oputo and Jupiter are gonna have another answer to that. Couple of kills going their way. Norita still alive, playing around the spectrum wall. Look at this! He sees him, tries to hunt him down, cannot connect the bullets just yet, but Full Sense, they're finally getting a chance to try and catch up here. 10 seconds left in the first strike point as we move forward, but Melon, they know that it's gonna be the last chance for them. Here, couple of kills. Now Melon trying to prevent them from getting more points. We'll be trying to back off, keep it alive. The last few seconds now in the first strike point. Time to rotate over. It's only Norita alive.
Yup, indeed. But we're already seeing some presence here from FENNEL as they try to fight them back off. And this is pretty different from what we have seen earlier on. If earlier FENNEL is racking up like 50 points or more at this current time, now FUSENS is setting up the par.
Oh!
And Brook is already back in the game, if I may say. Not quite sure until when, but there's already some glimpses of hope present for FUSENS themselves as they try to navigate their way into their respective heals in order to keep themselves in the game.
And this is what we said earlier. Full sense, they were really struggling ever since the third map of the series, but this time they take the lead. A 12-point lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. They're finally getting the shots connected. Obito, Brook converting more often than not. Jupiter as well getting value out of his Spectrum wall and continuing to gather up the points. We're at 55 now, and it's looking like the first time, the first map again, FENNEL are starting to fall behind.
Not quite sure though, because Melon is still there trying to just equalize everything. 10 points behind, and FUSENS is taking their time of day and securing all these points, but still, contestments not entirely that present for FENNEL as they are always being preoccupied. If not because of the skills present, it's because of Brook himself gunning them down. The tracing is immaculate
No
here from this
way!
guy, and he's gonna take Melon and even just taking away everything from FENNEL in general.
Kill after kill after kill right now for Brook, but the problem is FENNEL, they're starting to catch up, not being granted the reprieve of having a long kill timer right now, but FUSENS still in control. Spectrum wall being brought out. Norita from the sky trying to rain down bullets on his opponent, still not going to be able to get that. Now, with every point, every second that passes by, it's contested ground inside of the strike point here. But finally, FENNEL, after a long grind, they take down two. It's going to be Brook alone, but they're still in the lead for now.
Oh, this is gonna be where the respawn time is gonna be crucial.
Oh boy.
Once again, every strike point that comes by is just gonna lengthen the respawn time present, and that's gonna be a bad thing for either teams. But now points are almost equalized. 1 point difference.
But FUSENS,
and they are still gonna be trying to lengthen it off, no?
very contested ground right now in strike point B. The last 6 seconds here, only a 2-point difference between our two squads, but Brook takes down Hinatoto, looking to do more damage. It's gonna be a run for strike point C, and they're
Strike Point
already
C.
here. Norita so low,
We
and
are
is still alive.
here.
Gets the heal. Yes, he is alive for now, but his teammates, they need assistance. Melon's gonna be alone. Hinatoto gone, and Norita trying to find the way around to keep himself alive with only 42 HP left. He is gathering that health to keep themselves alive, but now FUSENS, they're at 75 points, and Melon finds Obito. That's going to be a great first step, but the problem is, how do they catch up?
How do they catch up? Oh, it's pretty simple.
Oh!
Will chase them down, hunt them down, and finally the strike point C is already into their hands. And
It's not looking
It's
good.
not looking good. The respawn time once again is just now where they can actually navigate their way all the way back into strike point C.
But they're so far away,
They're
Mochi.
so far away, and they're even being contested. They're being pushed away, and they're being fought head-to-head by some of the members here from FENNEL themselves. But now the contestment proceeds here in strike point C, and we are yet to witness who will be able to hold off.
And it looks like it might be possible for FENNEL. Only 12 points here, but it's going to be contested ground. Hinatoto winning that fight against Jupiter. The first kill necessary
So
to keep
low.
themselves alive. And look at this, man. Brook, Obito so low as well. They have the man advantage. They are at 90. 10 more points to go. That doesn't matter how long they can do it, as long as they can finish things right here, right now. Brook will fall. Obito, Jupiter, so far away. FENNEL, they've taken control, but it looks like it's going to be a 2v1 on the strike point. They make sure that he can't get any points here. Spectrum all being brought out. 7 points here. FENNEL counting down point by point right now, denying the health, denying the damage, denying the points as well to the opposing team. But even with Brook, even with Jupiter gone, there's only 3 points to go. The PGRT King wings. It looks like they're gonna fall, and FENNEL have committed
Oh!
regicide, the reverse sweep for the win, and we've got 2 Japanese squads in our grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, sit down and witness the greatness of these 2 Japanese teams who's been able to hold out and finally face each other for our grand finals. FENNEL will be facing up against Ripple, and what a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive. Absolute insanity is what we just saw right now, man. Imagine being there at the very end, staring down a 2-0 lead from the PGRT champions nonetheless. FENNEL did not care. They said, no. Heads down, keep your head in the game, and the reverse sweep has come to fruition. Southeast Asia is gone, and the hometown heroes from both matches will proceed into the grand final.
Oh my, and I'm pretty sure that all our audiences are just wowed right now. What just happened? Like, who would have imagined that Full Sense will be going down? But on the bright side, they didn't go down without a fight.
It
It's
did
just
not.
that how FENNEL's been able to adjust, adapt, or even learn from the past VODs existing here for Full Sense. And now that we haven't been able to see the Scatchy, I wonder if we are going to see that more on our next leagues, because it turns out it doesn't play out well as they anticipated it to be for Full Sense of Thailand.
Yeah, it also makes you question the choices, right? Because
Yep.
Brooke, on the Scotch, you saw the stats on this guy are absolutely insane. Maybe, like, what if they chose to use the Scotch at any point in time?
Yep.
Would it have changed things? Would it have kept them in the lead? Would it have been the weapon they need to finish what they started in this series? We don't know. We'll never know.
We'll never
Because
know.
the reverse sweep has
It already
happened, man. So, wow.
It's already finished, but all the while, I am so proud of how Melon has been able to conquer all those last few matches that we have.
Conquer Brooke
We-
specifically.
Right? And not only that, he did not just distracted Brooke, but also get all of the impactful kills alongside Hinatoto and Norita. And we also saw Norita struggling from the first few moments, but look at him now. He's trying to catch up and equalize with the amount of effort that's being expended by his fellow teammates.
Yeah. And I think you could really say that FENNEL, with every map that passed, they kept getting better.
Exactly.
I mean, they really struggled in the first couple. Yeah, they maybe kept it close, but not as close as the one would have wanted. But once they got onto Quantum Junction and in the latter half of our series, they just looked so good.
I feel like it's also safe to say that Quantum Complex is their map.
It
Like-
definitely is their map.
Oh my, a whole wide playground for them, if I may say. Like, it's already up to them how they will be addressing every single person here on the counterpart, and all it matters is that they've been able to execute it so well. And I am really excited how they will be able to face up against Ripple as well, considering that they're pretty quick up on their steed.
Yeah, and it was so fast. You gotta appreciate how they played on Quantum Junction as well. You would notice that even if we were on Strike Point B and C, which were on the lower floor of this map, they were still willing to take the fight above. And that's why it was so confusing for Full Sense, because a lot of their win condition remains on Brooke's shoulders.
Yep.
But because they're able to play around the map, they're willing to gather the attention of Brooke and of Oputo far away from the strike point. They keep getting away with getting points for free. And you could see that specifically in the last few seconds of this map. It was at 90, then it's 92. They back off again. They kill Brooke, back off again, 94. And then again and again and again, rinse and repeat till you ended it. So this FENNEL squad, they knew what the win condition was for Full Sense, and they attacked them right where it hurts.
And not only that, it's critical. The attack is critical. Despite of the moments wherein we already see some glimpses of hope here for Full Sense, sometimes it's not entirely enough for them, considering that they always find a way or some sort of way in order to snatch everything back away from what's already existing for Full Sense themselves. And I feel like this is already the point in time we're in. It is safe to say that the learning curve will always persist, regardless of how long you are on the top. It will come at you one point or another. And of course, this shouldn't be a downer, but instead another way to strive for additional improvement and figure out some additional ways in order to conquer further these types of leagues.
Yeah, and again, I guess you could just say that when you're the Kings, heavy is the crown. Full Sense had a target on their back, and they were taken down here by FENNEL. Our grand final will be Riddle Order versus FENNEL. It's a Japanese derby for the ages, and of course, our battle for third will be our two Southeast Asian representatives, Full Sense versus BLACKLIST International.
Yes, indeed. And I feel like we can actually break down further what just happened from our previous match. Well, once again, we have been able to witness them in Quantum Complex from our third map, but we really didn't expect that it's going to be happening all over again, just on a really close point difference.
Yeah, and you got to laud Full Sense for being able to actually take the lead. Right? There were several times that they were struggling against their opponents, FENNEL, in this last map. They were able to take the lead. They got really close to actually ending things, but they weren't able to stabilize and continue forward and finish what they started here. So FENNEL just looked so good.
Yeah, and even here in the space map, wherein they almost had that moment in, you know what, I think we can do this, you know, is where it comes to play. But, well, it's just how sometimes it's the heat that's present in the hands of these players that really makes them pop off. But in terms of the movement of Melon as well, absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. And you could also say that the main difference here for Full Sense is this is the first time in a long time that they're playing best of fives. During our qualifiers, they had best of threes all the way and then just one best of five. But they had to go here for PCI, where it was a long knockout stage yesterday that we saw on stream, and being in a different venue. This time in winter. A climate that is not necessarily
present in
normal
our
for us, man. It is freezing cold in Japan right now. You could also blame it on that. It's an entirely different environment, right? The humidity in the air is different. You could sum it up to that, but there's still so much to be said as well about how FENNEL handled things, right? The way that they adjusted, because you could see in map number 1, they knew that Brook, this guy, his job was to get as many kills as possible while the rest of his team secures the strike point. What they did here was make sure that when they see Brook, they double team, they take him down, they back off and do it again, so that Brook, even if he was getting kills, was not going to get the full potential of what Full Sense as a team functions for.
And it all boils down to how good FENNEL's been able to study Full Sense as a team. And other than that, stacked with the differences in terms of having that home court advantage, having this you know, familiarity with the audience or this type of setup is already a big game changer here for FENNEL.
Yeah, there's a lot of intangibles.
A lot of intangibles, a lot of things that might contribute to their win, but still, it's the skill that prevails.
Yeah. The mechanics at the end of the day are going to be really good, and I think this is, of course, a really important step for Full Sense as well. Remember that you learn much more from losing than you do from winning. So Full Sense, again, they have won PGRT. That's something that will never be taken away from the first ever global event we had here in PARAVOX in their pocket. But now they've been taken down. So, time to come back for it. Run it down, run it back in the next event for them. GG's for them. There is, of course, our battle for third later, but I'm looking forward to the grand final. I mean, who could have asked for it, man? Two Japanese teams on Japan, in Japan server, in Japan, in Tokyo.
And maybe in the map of Japan, which is Miyako. Like, everything is just all Japan themed right now. And, well, it is all the more and all the merrier for them to play at their utmost comfort, if I may say.
Yeah, I think it's going to be looking really exciting for us as we move into our best of 3 battle for third later. And of course, if you guys have not wishlisted us on Steam yet, go ahead and hit that wishlist button for PARAVOX on Steam.
Yep.
If you want to play it right now, though, we're also available on the Epic Game Store. So go ahead and join us there. We also have skin giveaways. If you're on
Yeah.
Twitch chat, or if you're not, then go to Twitch chat. There is a form to fill up for the skin giveaways, and you might get your favorite team. We've got Blacklist skins. We've got FENNEL skins. You've seen them so far.
Our reps.
I really like the
Yeah.
Riddle Order skin, the yellow one. It looks really
Black
good.
and yellow.
Yep.
Yup. It's super good. You know, it's just I don't know. It is so in theme on what PARAVOX is right now. It's black and yellow as well. So yeah, already check it out.
And yeah, and you can see here on our the analyst desk as well, right? You can see that one change in how they played.
Yep.
It was Melon. They set Melon free. Norita as well stopped being a supportive player. It turned into a full 3-man aggressive stance from FENNEL to play against here. Because you can see it, Melon going in, doing damage, backs off, gets some health as well. There, it's like rinsing and repeating, man. You know how you shampoo your hair, right? Lather, rinse, and repeat, they
It's
say.
simple as
And that's exactly what they did.
yeah. It's just as simple as you know what, Melon, go do your thing.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
run
get the
wild.
kill or distract them, back off, and then help us get the points, and then do it again and again and again.
Yeah. And they've been able to do that flawlessly, time and time again. Maybe there are some mishaps, most especially when the heals run out, but that's already a given. The important thing here is how long you will last.
Yeah. And even when full sense, this point in time, right, where they actually did catch up, 77, 75, you can see on the board right now, they refused to keep it that way. They changed up the rhythm. They did the same thing, but they changed how they approached it. Made sure that full sense were caught off guard, because a lot of these teams, when it comes to PARAVOX, they become very cyclical in how they play the map. And that's what FENNEL have done. They interrupted that rhythm. They changed the behavior of how they play, and they could not be read by full sense.
And sometimes overthinking does a lot of things. It's a good thing, if I may say. Like, you can look at it negatively, but sometimes when you're playing these types of games where oftentimes moments are left unanalyzed up to this deepest level, that's where overthinking are trying to nitpick shines the most.
Yeah. I mean, you need to find those small details, because if, again, it's PARAVOX, man. Things change so fast in one game. In a couple of seconds, the guy in front of you could be behind you already.
Yep.
The freedom of movement, the freedom of verticality, regardless of the map, also adds so many different dimensions to the way that you play the game that I feel like even at this point, right, we don't really have a meta. It's just people out innovating each other.
Yeah, and even outsmarting. You know, it's not just even in mere seconds that things can change, even milliseconds, nanoseconds, even. So, yeah, so good how these players have been able to adapt and conquer, and we're gonna be seeing that more later on.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a quick break, ladies and gents. It is me, Just Suave, here with Mochi. Voxers, don't go away, because we got the best of 3 battle for third happening right after this short break. See ya.
ループ優先ですねこれは倒させてまずい
逃がしたくないブレック
強すぎる
さあエリアナか一旦ねボタンとともに前に出る
いやーうますぎる
ところを逃がさないの周りの様子を伺うジュピタートラップの形うわーひなと
うわ
うまくそこから飛び出して
外洋に出て耐えようとしたんですがブレックの追撃が止まらずしかしここはひなとがスローン壁越し相手を押しのけてエリアコントロール狙う2発
全くカウントが進んでない中での外側のファイトようやくこれカウント進めようというところでブレックが入ってくるここもブレック2テイクダウンさあ今度はメロンが一人で
あーっと
1人がいってしまったので一旦バックさあ2名見えたエリアの中に入っていくダメージ出してブレック落とすメロンボックスを落としているのでこいつ2テイクダウン
Championship International. We have now set the stage for our top 4 right now. I'm Suave here with Mochi. We just witnessed a couple of banger matches.
Yep.
The sweep from Riddle Order and the reverse sweep from FENNEL. But before anything happens, before we go to the grand final, we'll have our battle for third to decide who is higher ranked. Will it be Blacklist
Yeah.
International or will it be the former PGRT Kings Full Sense?
And what's gonna be crazy here, for the first time in a while, they're not gonna be first, they're not gonna be second. It's going to be a battle between third and fourth. So it's already up to them, up for the taking. Who will be prevailing this time around? Most importantly, how explosive all of our matches has been so far. First has been like a 3-0 clean slate, but we even gone into like a really great contrast and pulling off like a reverse sweep for our second semi-finals. And now it's all about Blacklist International and Full Sense in the game.
And speaking of Blacklist, of course, we're going to be looking at this squad right now that essentially is going to be looking like the underdogs in this matchup. They've already lost to Full Sense in their last outing twice.
Yep.
It was Full Sense who knocked them out of the upper bracket back in our qualifiers, and they lost as well in the grand final of the qualifier. So here for Blacklist, it is going to be this test. It is the option for redemption for these guys, Yanagi, Boogie, and Shintaro as well. Now, we saw somewhat of a performance out of them against Riddle Order, but it looked like it was wanting for quite a lot of things, Mochi, for being honest.
And of course, I wonder if there will be finally some changes in terms of the brands that they're using, since earlier Kelsey was not actually benefiting them that much. But Full Sense, well, super close, unfortunately not enough, and the contrary has been able to bounce back from what they are trying to do. And their performance is definitely promising. And the question here is, would Blacklist International be able to inflict the same level of pain that Full Sense suffered against FENNEL, or would it be the latter?
And again, there's so many questions here because the last time these guys faced off, it was a sweep, Mochi.
Yep.
And if we're being honest, Full Sense, they seem to have their own tier of competition when it comes to Southeast Asia. No one has been able to beat them. They had a perfect run in the qualifiers, only losing today against a Japanese squad. So, if I'm being honest, I don't think Blacklist is going to go far here unless they've really cooked something up in scrims.
Yeah, I mean, there's been like tons of time existing. And by the way, there's going to be a best of 3 match. And currently, we are seeing in front of us is Neo City, Space, and Launch Complex. And we already know that Neo City is one of the maps that's been highly regarded for Full Sense. But
yeah, I mean, if we're
chose
being
that.
honest, I don't think I've seen Full Sense lose a map
Yeah.
over the last few months. So this is going to be an interesting time to me. It's also the first time we're seeing Launch Complex this entire day.
Yeah, it's true. And it's going to be a refresher if and only if we manage to pull off until map 3.
Yeah. So this Neo City pick is going to be an interesting one. Ever since we did see Mr. Brook dropping the Scotchy for a Juno, it seems to have not worked out for them in that last series. But this is a best of 3. If anything, there's going to be an advantage for Full Sense here because they're just not able to do that. Whoa,
Bro is tired.
Bro is tired. He wants to enjoy Japan winter.
And you know what? You can finally see who is the cameraman's favorite just by judging on how
I mean, you can
Alpha
see
is
the
doing.
you can see the personality in these guys.
Yeah, it's so nice though. For some reason, it makes things much more lighter, especially how intense everything is
Yeah.
currently happening right now, which is a fresh breath of air, if I may say. For Blacklist, though, seems like they're pretty much the same since earlier. Oh, they're even laughing. Like, are they okay? I wonder what they're talking about right now. It seems
They're probably
really
talking
chill.
about what they're gonna eat outside
Where
tonight.
should they go? Should they roam around
Where
Japan?
are they gonna walk around?
Yep. Make the most out of their
Our
time.
current venue, if I'm not mistaken, is 22 Forum, the Fuji
Ooh.
Television headquarters. So they are in that area. It's well nestled in the middle of the city, right? So they do have access to that, like after I'm not sure how long they're going to be staying. They're probably a couple of days even after today. So
Yeah.
they do have that time to celebrate a little bit of the Christmas cheer.
Yeah, night out with the boys, you know.
I mean, at the end of the day, all the squads are still friends with each other, man. On the
Of
server, yes, they
course.
are opponents, they're enemies, they are rivals, but man, the vibes are always gonna be good because
He doesn't know where
it's
to
still a
look.
game, man. Here you go. Yeah, Obito is he is the guy.
The guy.
The guy.
Dude just doesn't know which camera.
I mean, to
look
be
at.
fair, his face is so expressive, though.
Yeah, it is, which is good.
It is
'cause-
good. It is good. There you go.
There you go.
oh,
Dude's
Wait,
edging.
no. Don't half bake it. Do the actual thing, sir.
Dude's so soft though. You can see like that dude like, oh my god, what is my teammate doing? I mean, it's nice that we can see the like it should be like this, right? But he said he
Hey.
did it like this.
Shout out to
Shout out,
Mr.
shout out.
Datum actually, who said yippee in our comments.
What a remarkable comment to have, dude.
But here we go. Map number 1, Neo City, the classic here in Obito. Obito down? The first blood in the entire map comes from Shintaro. Takes down Obito here, the IGL of the enemy team. But Full Sense still in the lead here, leading with the first 5 points.
Uh-huh. But Full Sense is still in control, and before we even know it,
Ah,
after that kill
I spoke too soon.
from Shintaro, yup, you spoke too soon.
Ah, yes, the
because
caster
all
curse.
of them has been demolished.
And that's
they're
how quick
taking-
it was.
Yeah, they're taking their time of day, racking up all the points once again here. Neo City, a map of Full Sense, wherein they are no stranger, if I may say, but Blacklist is still trying to fight.
Yep, definitely not a stranger to this map right now, but it is 6-18 after all. Yanagi takes down Brook here. Full Sense holding on for dear life because the bullets are coming in from everywhere. For some reason, Yanagi seems to have activated, but it's going to be a question of whether or not they can turn this into a actual lead because Full Sense, they've retaken control of the first strike point.
And I feel like this is something good to see from Shintaro and as well as Yanagi, because earlier on, if there is this certain difficulty wherein they cannot do their responsibility well because they're always continuously being pushed away, it is now finally setting up the par.
Whoa,
But no!
whoa.
Bruno though, oh my, these spikes in terms of energy is definitely present from Full Sense.
And that's the thing about Full Sense. Again, we talked about how they, as a team, they always operate together. If you're able to separate them, that's where you would win. And yeah, Blacklist has been able to do that once or twice so far in this map, but the problem is they can't seem to do it again. Now, Brook and Buggy able to get one each, but it's going to be very contested ground on this current strike point. That's going to be the first shutdown now of the map. Blacklist erased off the face of the earth.
And it still continues. Yanagi still trying to find their way alongside with Boogie, demolishing some of the members here, specifically Jupiter, out of this map, working on that respawn time while the rest of them will just try to equalize everything. I mean, pretty close, 22 to 29 and possibly ongoing, but already low here. Some members of Blacklist International, and they are yet to reappear in our
What?
Strike Point A.
Jupiter? Good sir. Couple of kills for him. Now Full Sense, another kill as well converted for them. So Blacklist seems to start to struggle right now, but at least they're keeping it close. It's only a 10-point lead after all. And Bogey, he's being hunted down. Turns invisible, tries to stay alive here, but cannot see a single thing. Jupiter takes him down. Trade of kills, but we are stuck at 25-34. Blacklist in control for the first time in a while.
Blacklist in control, but they are yet to go for it at 34 points. And they managed to do so, and they're still ongoing. So far, Full Sense is trying to set a footing once again against Blacklist. And it seems like they have no plans on giving this strike point away, which is a good thing.
Yep, definitely a good thing now, but Full Sense, they've taken strike point B here. Spectrum Wall being brought up to slice it in the half as well, but Blacklist, they are answering back. We are tied up now, 39 even for now, and Obito is on the prowl for some sort of opponent, some sort of target to see where he can go. He sees him, but cannot convert it. Blacklist are in the lead.
Blacklist in the lead, but still Fulsus is trying to counter them back. Jupiter and as well as Obito just making their time of day. Although they're quite low in terms of HP, they might be on the risk of being hunted down, but Jupiter will still manage Yanagi anyways.
Yep. It's close. It's close. Obito takes down Boogie here. Shintaro alone right now. Things get more interesting the longer things go because you can actually see what it looks like. Do they fall in weird intervals? Shintaro takes down 2 in quick succession, but Obito's still here, still keeping control, and in fact, they're still in the lead for now.
Still in the lead, so close in terms of score lines, and Yanagi's running away because pretty low in terms of HP. And the question here is he being hunted down? Because some of the members of Full Sense is also pretty critical in terms of HP, but they are yet to see each other except for Shintaro, who is quick enough on his steed and is looking out for Obito as well.
Yeah. We got to look out for it because we are literally even Steven right now. 60 seconds left here in the strike point, but there's no one really taking control. Full Sense have not been given permission to step inside of the strike point right now. But it is point by point, little by little. You can notice that the amount of time that each of the teams can actually wrest control of the strike point is literally 3 or 4 seconds, which is why this is such a slow crawling game. But Obito takes down Yanagi here. Spectrum wall, both sides covered now as they are trying to contest the ground. Obito good for one and another from his teammate. That's going to be the shutdown that Full Sense have been looking for. And just in time, that's going to be an easy 30 points for this squad as long as they can make sure that Yanagi can't contest it.
The bros are just gonna make the most out of that one, and even Yanagi is gonna be falling into the hands of Jupiter at that instant. But Shintaro is already here. Not quite sure until when he can actually continue this type of contestment. Seems like a flight that is yet to be swatted, but Obito and Brook will finally be able to secure a couple, which is all the more merrier for Full Sense.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. It's Yanagi who's left. Remember, we talked about this. It is not the gun for short-range combat. So now Full Sense in control. 12 points to go with Blacklist finally coming in just in time. There's only going to be so little time here. 12 points for Full Sense. They can't even get control. Boogie inside here, spotted out. They know where he is. Obito, Jupiter also approaching from afar. Neither of the teams letting go. Neither of the teams granting permission, giving them the option, the opportunity to even step on strike point C. And Blacklist, they have taken control. They're looking to catch up.
Looking to catch up. Shintaro once again still gracing himself and the others his presence, but still a curse in turn as his HP critically low. One more shot, he is dead, and Brook will be able to seal off the deal, but still Yanagi trying to look out for some revenge in this one. Oh my, seems like he is not seeing anyone.
Oh, yeah, little stun here. Both teams now, Full Sense taking control for a bit, but are finding ways to make it even worse. So you can see Boogie has finally fallen. Yanagi struggling to stay alive because he's trying to play around in the short range with a long range gun right now. Shintaro left standing. Full Sense only 6 points away, looking to count it down. The PGRT Kings being denied at least those last few seconds here at Shintaro. Great little effort from that. It's going to be a 1v2 for now. Full Sense still trying to find a way to finish what they started here as Blacklist are trying to catch up. Obito in and out, stealing the hell. Shintaro takes down the IGL. Brook on the other side. The Juno in hand right now, bleeding so much blood right now as they are hunting him down. The young gun, only 28 HP, and Blacklist, they fully caught up. It's 95 even right now. Only 4 to go. Looking at taking the first map and not even the fight from Full Sense. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, that is awesome. I mean, really didn't expect it to be
I did
that
not
close.
expect it to be that
We're
close.
just staring at the scoreline. You know what? What happens, but we're just staring at the scoreline, seeing who would be able to close it off. And for some reason, Blacklist International has been able to play it off smoothly.
Yeah.
Most importantly, with how Shintaro and Yanagi has been able to come in clean. Different from what we have seen from their match against Riddle Order earlier on, and now it is quite of a good one and definitely commendable because we're seeing some mishaps present here, specifically from Opito and as well as Jupiter, if I may say. But other than that, seems like they are free to move here, unlike earlier on for Blacklist International.
Yeah, you could see that there was a little bit of a breakdown in the structure of Full Sense. It was not as clean as one would have wanted. They did not look like the Full Sense that we know.
Yep.
I don't know if this is a lasting effect of having lost in reverse sweep fashion.
And
That's
limited
very
rest as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's the limited rest as well. They literally just came from the stage. And you could actually tell that there were these micro mistakes that really punished them. Jupiter, Opito getting a little bit too aggressive. And because of that, Brook was left to his own devices more often than not, without the usual support system behind him. And it was close, man. We were at 97 for both teams.
Yep.
Until just eventually the shutdown finally came for Blacklist.
And we're also witnessing how Shintaro has been able to support these players, no? Specifically Yanagi and Boogie, and it's been doing really, really well on their end because of the fact that they are just continuously pushing them away. And before they even try to gun them down or push them, they're already pretty low in terms of HP. So I think it is safe to say that Full Sense has nowhere else to go after these types of scenarios, like what we're seeing here on Brook, specifically in this replay. So, well commendable here for Blacklist.
Yeah, I think you could say also that there was maybe a little bit too much work to be done for Brook. Again, the win condition for Full Sense is let Brook do the killing. Everyone else supports him from behind. And having that much pressure on you also makes you a very easy target. You could see Brook being chased around, if I'm not mistaken, during our highlights, the replays being played earlier. More often than not, it was Brook running from danger, trying to get health, and because he was so preoccupied with that, he couldn't get the kills. He couldn't get those advantages that were very necessary for Full Sense to be able to convert the map.
I feel like it's been ingrained in our minds that Brook is just go and kill.
Yeah,
and
Brook
try
go
to
kill,
push them
yes.
away, right? But unfortunately, we cannot actually rely on that standard, and it is a must that everyone should stand up to the occasion if the time calls for it. But this is going to be our match results. We're in 195 in terms of our scoreline. Pretty close, but still, once again, what matters is who will be able to end it.
Yeah, they fell short in the end. And there was a crazy moment where there was a shutdown from Full Sense, but unfortunately, the strike point ran out of time before they could finish it, which is why they got stuck at 95, actually. If it maybe they got those last kills maybe 5 seconds earlier, it would have been a totally different story. But here, Blacklist found the opportunity. They shut down Brook, even if he could not get any kind of value out of those last few minutes on this map. And yeah, there they are.
Yep, indeed. And what I'm pretty excited about here is what's going to happen on our second map as well. I haven't been able to take note of it, but other than that, whatever it may be, it is just a matter of how Blacklist International will be able to fend them off. You know what? What I really want to point out as well is, as a Filipino, or in terms of Filipino teams, they always have this knack for defeating the strongest teams, but falling into the hands of the ones who are yet to introduce themselves. And I feel like that's like a common running theme, and regardless of what game title it may be. So it's showing right now. It's showing right now that they were able to actually defeat Full Sense. But the question here is if Full Sense would be able to offer a full reset onto our next match, because we may see them laughing, we may see them playing this off cool, but the question is what's going to be the output from that.
And again, now it's going to be do or die for Full Sense right now. They are behind. It is 1-0 for Blacklist International. They are on the verge here of finishing the series. All they need is one more map. It might be possible for these guys to actually upset Full Sense. The tournament favorites being 4th place. But
Jupiter shortly.
Yep. Little kills here. It's very highly contested here on strike point A. Spectrum Wall being caught into use right now. Make sure that Brook cannot do too much damage. But Jupiter on the other side is going to be making himself known. Yanagi gone. It's Boogie alone on this. It like a boss.
Holding it like a boss indeed, Jupiter and Maggie, as you say. But it still boils down on how they be able to contest, specifically in these types of scenarios where their HP is already running low on the hunt for heals and no one is not at the platform even. But now their presence is already here. Shintaro eliminated by Obito specifically with the beat dot.
Yep. And now Obito, triple kill, shut down here, coming in for full sense now. Look to get themselves up to 20 points. Yeah, it is a shutdown, but shutdowns don't really matter too much if it's in the first strike point as well. But 10 to 23 is something. It is progress. That's 1/4 of the way to victory on the map. So you can't really brush that off.
Exactly. And we are even seeing some mishaps already happening here this early. But the trays are just coming in here. In spite of the mishaps, they're still standing strong. Although they are yet to secure the 16-point lead against Full Sense. Broke onto Buki. Such a really impactful move.
Yeah, and the Spectrum Wall is great as well. It stopped Full Sense from getting any kind of control of our strike point here. But Obito, Brook, looking for the short-range duels, 1 kill for each team right now as they're struggling on both sides of this current Spectrum Wall. Reload, unfortunate here. Full Sense falling one at a time. But there's damage being done. They are still ahead. It's a 10-point lead for Full Sense here. Blacklist need to find a way to deactivate Mr. Brook.
Mr. Brook, where are you at? Because you guys are just being pushed back time and time again.
Boogie?
They cannot stress this enough. Boogie even popping up, which is actually something new because our members are just on the zone currently. But Brook finally up for a kill here on Yanagi.
There you go. But it's 25-26 right now. Blacklist have been given the leeway to really catch up. Only a 1-point lead right now. So going to be a lot of pressure on the Thai squad. But here Brook, having absorbed quite a few bullets, hunted down by Shintaro, 2 HP. How is he alive? I do not know how, but he will fall eventually. Jupiter and Obito, though, quick little refrag on the other side. Full Sense in control of the kills and in control of the sides. Look at Jupiter. He's already here. They let him get away, and it's going to be 3 points for Full Sense, but it's going to be a trade of kills now. Boogie, Shintaro, good for 1 each, and Brook is going to be the last one standing for his team. Full Sense, they need to find the way to stop this from happening because Blacklist are 2 points away, and we're tied up again. The lead taken by the Pinoy squad.
Dude, this is like a catfish, if I may say, but it seems like Blacklist has been able to take this strike point B for themselves. But now the contestment happens, and we are yet to witness if there is going to be some elimination. Brook is gonna be out of the equation, but we're seeing some additional eliminations here on the hands of Shintaro if there is going to be the possibility, because the movement is just denying all of the shots being let out by them.
Yeah, tracking is so important in this game, specifically in strike point B. You need to be able to connect the shots and play at short range against opponents who have the same movement ability as you. But at least for now, Blacklist, they've taken a pretty solid lead. 12 points, but now with Full Sense actually battling it out inside of it. Zero fear, zero remorse, are willing to sacrifice everything they have for every point that they can trade for it. 1-for-1 right here. But Full Sense, they're only 3 points away from equaling this, Smochi.
Of course, now 2, now 1, and we are yet to equalize it because before we even get to see the Full Sense will finally take the lead, Blacklist International will get them to step back. Never mind, couple of shutdowns or couple of kills. Boogie and Shintaro already out, and now Brook is just gonna be dealing tremendous amount of damage to the last remaining survivor here before they even go into this specific location. Yes, and they're open as well.
68 points now for Full Sense because of somehow some bad decision making from Blacklist, I would say. They gave it away for way too much, and now there's such a wide lead, a 14-point lead from the Thai squad. The PGRT Kings up against the Kings of the Philippines here, Yanagi. trying to do some damage. Cannot find any targets on the other side of the Spectrum wall. It's so well placed. It's a one-way wall, Mochi.
That's so good.
You cannot shoot from that direction, and the kills are coming in for Blacklist, though. They are catching up. It's going to be neck and neck for this map.
Pretty similar to what we have earlier on, and Blacklist finally took the lead once again. Such of a close tug of war in terms of points and even the eliminations coming in from both sides of the teams. But Apato, so making his way, trying to rack them up, but he's already pretty low in terms of HP, and they are yet to end anyone here from Blacklist International, because Boogie even took Shintaro down, or rather, one of the members from Full Sense down.
Yeah, now Blacklist, they are inching ever so close to the end. We have now switched strike points again. It is 88 to 68. Only 12 more points for the Filipino squad to upset the PGRT Kings.
The hunt.
And Boogie, though, he is hunting them down. Cannot convert as Brook takes him down now. But Full Sense, they have control. Strike point, Spectrum Wall, set up the Photon as well. The threat of the damage coming in from them, but Shintaro takes down 1 and 2! And it's going to be Obito left alone as Blacklist counting down the seconds to upset the PGRT Kings. The Kings of Southeast Asia have fallen from their throne. It is going to be Blacklist stopping them from the victory.
Wow, and I like how he just literally did a countdown after all of the chaos that's been going on at that specific match. And I guess we can safely say the Philippines reign victorious against Full Sense. And Full Sense, once again, I feel like it's just because of how tired they are after all of the matches that we came across with neck and neck, all close, head to head. And Blacklist International, they've been able to rest, and these guys were able to fend them off. Once again, it's the Filipino blood of defeating the strongest teams but losing against the ones who were up and coming.
There you go. Got our 3rd place Blacklist and 4th place Full Sense. Man, what a fall as well.
Yeah.
The fall of a dynasty that has just begun. So you can really see how quick our meta has changed. You need to be able to innovate to stay relevant in the scene, because every team is still gunning for that place at the very top of it. And right now, it's the 2 squads out of Japan that are waiting on the other end of this.
Exactly, and I'm really excited how we can actually witness the differences in terms of their playstyles, and if there is going to be some switches. Most importantly, I am pretty sure there's going to be some hidden arsenals up in their sleeve, and of course, given with the advantages and the maps where they really showed their true colors on, well, we are so down onto that moment. But let us now see once again Blacklist International is going to be here onto our 3rd place.
Yeah, that's Yanagi, Boogie, and Shintaro. Officially in 3rd place for our end of 2024 tournament here in the PARAVOX community. So that's one hell of a glow up, man.
Yeah.
It's a glow up from
bad.
Blacklist. These guys, before they became Blacklist, they were SR Nakage. They got signed by Blacklist as an organization for PGRT, and they are bringing it home to the mainland. Well, 3rd place, but that's still a win.
Still a win. What's important here is that you'd be able to see your name up there. Most importantly, that it's just the beginning. This is just the first year, and there's tons of room for improvement and for exploration. And just by seeing the replays here, I mean, it's undeniable that both of them are just definitely doing their best. It's just that they haven't been able to actually get back up after all of the hunts that's going on here, specifically from Shintaro, who's been popping up time and time again for the last 2 maps that we have.
He did so much work here, man. You can see Shintaro right now. In our replay, he got 10 kills on this map alone, Mochi. That's so much work done for him. And he did not just pop off. This guy put his entire team on his back with their support as well to give him that path to victory.
Yeah, and it's good that we have been able to pin down the essence of the Kelsey as well, which is pretty different from what we have seen earlier. There's no room to breathe, no room to catch up, but this time, wow, they're a free man.
Yeah.
Tons of freedom.
There was something really strange about what has happened to Full Sense over the last couple of matches, right? Where Yeah, they showed what they really do look like, but unfortunately, it just did not work out for them. And you
There
can
you
see
go.
here, it was close. It was close, 100 to
Yeah.
73. But in the end, I don't know if it was the lack of rest between this and the last match, or if Blacklist have really upgraded themselves as a squad.
Uh-huh.
But it can be said that today, Blacklist was the better team.
Yep. And hopefully they will be able to carry up this momentum heading off to 2025, because I'm pretty sure that there's going to be tons of stuff that is yet to be unpacked for the upcoming year. And specifically for Full Sense, there's more room for learning, more room for exploration, more room for knowing where did we go wrong, what can we improve, and what else can we try. Most importantly, that all of the metas drastically shifting every
that's
single day.
really where esports comes from, right? It's that pursuit of perfection, the pursuit of trying to be at the forefront of being able to, or being willing to
Being
learn,
the pioneers,
being willing to be the pioneer, to innovate and be ahead of the curve, to be meta definers, meta changers. And that's why, right, even if you lose now, if you're willing to do as much work, if you're passionate about what you're doing, that's where it really comes down to. That's
Yep.
how we saw Full Sense in PGRT. But it looks like everyone else is actually caught up right now.
Caught up indeed, because we're seeing some stuff that we haven't necessarily been able to see before. Like, we never see the scotch this time. We didn't
It's
see
so
the
weird that
Q2.
there's no scotch for this event.
And ever since we saw that the Bonrat is present, right now we don't see that as well. But this is going to be our updated bracket for this recurring tournament, specifically Riddle Order and FENNEL up into their fight for the champion title. Everyone, comment down below what is or who is your picked and your favorite team. And if you are forgetting, there is going to be that form where you can get a chance to win our giveaway of our team jackets. And as you can see, the ones reigning victorious right now, Riddle Order, FENNEL, and Blacklist International. Already up to you guys. Which one's going to be your pick?
Yeah, your choice. Your choice. Honestly, my favorite, I really like the green Loud jacket.
Mm-hmm.
But Loud is not here.
Not here. Just unfortunate.
But yeah, I mean, it's again why it's so important to go back to the drawing board after. You cannot. PARAVOX as a game is just continuously developing, continuously changing.
Agree.
New weapons, new maps every other month, every other week. And because of that, you can't be left behind by the meta. And it seems to me that, again, it seems that Full Sense have just fallen behind that, or that everyone else has been able to catch up or read them. Because when you're coming off of a win and you walk into a new tournament, you have a target on your back. I would not be surprised if all three of our finalist teams, or semi-finalist teams rather, have prepared VOD reviews against specifically Full Sense.
Full Sense, yeah. I mean, there's tons of material to actually work with. I feel like that's also the downside of being present in the weeklies, because you can break down
That's
every
extra
single thing,
footage.
right?
Yeah.
That's extra footage. And if you are not well prepared enough to have your plan B, plan C in terms of the playstyles and even the brands that you are gonna use, man, you're digging yourself your own hole, if
Yep.
I may say.
It'll be digging your grave if you don't change it up. And I mean, the weeklies are fun, but Blacklist and Full Sense are always there.
Yeah,
They're always winning, which
exactly.
means there's so many eyes on these guys, and perhaps there's also the possibility that they were studied off of those VODs as well. Because the more tape that is there, that is available for your team, the more it is easy to expose what your game plan is, what your win condition is.
Hence, the more reason why our Japanese teams has been able to conquer these two teams, has been always on the top of the bracket, reigning first and second even. But now, tides has been shifted, it's been changed, tables been turned, and I don't know, whatever metaphor you can even use to actually explain what's currently happening right now. Place it on there. But what we currently have here on our table, once again, guys, two Japanese teams who are yet to grace global stage, and wow, this is about to be an explosive one.
Yeah, we really didn't get to see much out of these two Japanese squads, so it's really a surprise that they're where they are right now.
Mm-hmm.
You'd say even that they really put in so much work, so many hours, so much server time to get to this point. And even you can see here how Blacklist seem to have really understood the game.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I can also highlight how Yanagi has been like, finally, he's doing his thing. He's not getting cornered. He's not getting stopped. And being accompanied by Shintaro is such of a great thing to have as well. Most specifically, you can see him just hunting down every single person here. And if they can primarily make this thing work out in the long term, they're bound to witness and experience great things.
Yeah. So much to be unpacked right now. But I mean, we do have another best of 5 that's going to be happening later. So yeah, guys, if you have not shared the stream, go ahead and share it. If you're on Twitch, go ahead and follow the page. All socials, in fact. We're on TikTok, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. We are live on Facebook and YouTube as well.
And
so if you
Twitch.
guys want to see everything, yes, we're on Soup also.
Oh!
We are on Soup.
Okay, that's news to me.
So yeah, so if you guys have not followed us on all the socials, if you want to keep updated for the next events that are going to be coming in 2025, go ahead and follow us on all socials, Twitter, X rather, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube.
Yeah, I like how the face were like, I refuse to call it that.
You are correct.
Well, man, that's just what happened, guys. And what's important is that PARAVOX is readily accessible for you regardless of the preference of your social media. Be updated for the new releases in terms of brands,
For the
in
free
terms of the
skins.
maps, the free skins, and whatever loot that might be prepared for you guys. Since once again, this is already even a chance for you to, what if you can pursue competitive, right? You wouldn't even know. Like,
It
it can
is,
be the next full sense.
Yeah, it is anyone's game at this point. The esport is so young. We're seeing teams just put them together. We even got Kadiliman
Yeah.
in our PCIC qualifiers, right? The likes of Batman, who we know from a different esports title. So people really are starting to adopt PARAVOX as an esport, as a game, and you can actually see why. You know, it's easy to understand, but it's hard to master.
Exactly. That is so true. I feel like it couldn't summarize it that enough, but once again, it's all up for the taking here. And I'm pretty excited what's going to be the face of our...
I want to see who's gonna be interviewed.
Yeah, in the interview. Who's the interviewer, or rather, who's going to be the interviewee for Blacklist International? I have bets on... Oh, never mind. It's been shown.
Okay.
I'm actually expecting Shintaro to be here.
It is Shintaro, yeah.
And it seems like they're just pretty chill in terms of the interview also.
He said
It's,
hello.
Yeah.
little bit what
Go, you can do it, man.
what can I say?
What can I say?
A little bit easier for us to
Ooh.
find the way so we can beat them.
そうですね、予選では負けたんですけれども、その後にはチーム全体でミーティングだったり会議をして負けた原因を突き止めてそちらを改善したと。
Okay.
ありがとうございます、今回 PCI はここで幕を3位という結果で幕を閉じますけれども、今後の目標だったりとか今後こうしていきたいというところはありますか？
So of course our next goal is we need to win the championship. Hopefully we can do it on another tournament. Yeah. And we love to face the FENNEL, of course.
もちろん次回の目標としてはトーナメントを優勝することなんですけれども、引き続きゲームを楽しみながら仲間たちと全員で優勝を目指したいとのことです。
ありがとうございますということで、ブラックリストから慎太郎選手にお越しいただきました。ありがとうございます。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
Man, that's such a straightforward answer.
Yeah, and I like the attitude, right? They got to go up against Riddle, they got to go against full sense, and they are looking forward to possibly going up against FENNEL as their adversaries for the next tournament. So we're going to be looking forward to Blacklist in 2025. The same thing for full sense as well. What that comeback is going to look
And
like.
even our Brazilian teams.
And
Hopefully
the Brazilian
we can see
teams
more
as
of
well.
them,
I mean,
yeah.
we saw Loud, we got to see Red Canids, we got to see W7M as well for this year. So we're looking forward to much more representation out of Brazil as a server, and EU MENA, where we did have some EU MENA teams back in PGRT as well.
Yeah, so there's just tons of regions who are looking out into starting off 2025 strong here in PARAVOX competitive scene. And just by basing on looking into fighting off against stronger teams or the ones that were in the finals in the upcoming leagues, I feel like it would be great for us to see possibly a revenge arc happening.
A revenge arc, yeah. A redemption arc for these guys. I mean,
Hopefully.
Blacklist, of course. We talked about if they were to face Full Sense again. And I guess that might be the redemption you're looking for, but it's not the same when it's on a third place battle.
Yep.
So we're going to have to see what it looks like when we see the two Southeast Asian representatives for next time. But with that being said, we're going to be going to a quick break. I'm just Suave here with Mochi. When we are back, the grand final for PCI 2024 will be right here. So don't go away. See you in a bit.
ヒール取られちまった。ダメージ回戦でジュピターの体力が残り6。ここで落ちる。よく粘りを見せてくれました。そしてフルセンスがエリアの中に入っていこうというところでした。ただダメージ出すためのリソースが残っていなかった。さあダメージ出していく。スタンからのワンショット。さらにエリアの中に戻ってきた。うまくフォーカス合わせてブギに対して大ダメージ。ブギも耐えはしたもののブルックはここでダブルテイクだ。
今日はブラックリストとなりました。さあそのまま今度はブルック体力のローセンスが捉えきった競り切ったという形。
ギリギリだ。
そのままオフと回復。出会っちゃった内が切ってさあ空中で2回目のジャンプからさあ当てましたが返されて慎太郎落としていく。ここでブルックは距離を取る判断。フルセンス残り5カウントが遠いブラックリストインターナショナル。カウントを重ねながら追い立てていくという動き。さあ16名どんどん減っていくがここでジュピターがポイントに入りますか。入れない。さあラストカウント。
ブラックリストインターナショナル。さあワンテイクダウン取っていくのはここでも慎太郎。いやただブルックはここで詰め切ってプレッシャー加減に対。ただここはやはり田村さんと話していたキルシーでどれだけダメージを出せるかというところになってきますがエリアの中で暴れているのはオプト。オプトのトリプルテイクダウンになっている。味方と合わせて追い詰めてワンテイクダウン取ってはいくもののその間にブル ルックが返してスタンからのここでおっと
どうだ
ただブギーが帰ってきてオプトとのアタックさあ 1v1 エリアのかお互い体力ない状態ここはブルック状態からエリア中はだいぶブラックリストも人数残してはいるんですよ落ち着いてブルックが
今日ブラックリストさあ10カウント差まで広げていこうとしている素晴らしい合わせだレイブ
いやー全員ロ
これでブラックリスト
うわ
一旦外に出ておお11のトレードさあ体力状況ではフル組み返すが慎太郎が1枚取って 2on2 状況わからないさあジュピター体力ローのところを削り切ったフルセンスとしては残る2名を待てるか否かしかしオプトならばダイナメージからレイブストライク当てはしましたがここでハウンドフォトマきつすぎるさあギリギリ耐えきれないうまくリソース残していたブラック
welcome back once again, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between here to the PCI 2024 Global Stage. And it appears that my partner is not right beside me. I wonder where he's at, right? And there he goes. Dude just revealed like the PARAVOX hoodie, dude. It looks so
Fresh from Japan, we got the airdrops in, man. The instant leap to bring the embroidered PARAVOX hoodie
good.
here.
Looks fine.
It looks great.
Looks cool. You're slaying.
Yes,
Nice.
we are. We are slaying. You know who else is slaying today is our grand finalists. So
Yep.
we've got a Japan versus Japan matchup for our grand finals. And what more could you ask for? We are in Japan. We
Yeah.
have the venue in Japan, the Japanese crowd, and it's gonna be FENNEL versus Riddle Order to end the day here in a best of 5 to decide the first ever PARAVOX Championship International champions for 2024 to end
Yes.
our year.
Exactly, and with the addition of them playing on our Japan-based map again, which is Miyako. So we
That
are
would be
yet to
so
see-
funny.
right? Like everyone, everything, just Japan, guys. I'm pretty excited about what's gonna be in it for us. Most importantly, that we have seen promising performance from specifically FENNEL and Riddle and.
Who
What
would have
do you
seen
think?
that coming, man? I mean,
Yeah.
full sense, they looked so solid back in our qualifiers, where they looked so solid in PGRT, and now Japan as a server, not just one team, but both have really stepped it up. They've taken down both Southeast Asian representatives, and now they're here,
Yep.
battling it out for the lion's share of our grand prize pool. So here it comes, Riddle
There you
Order,
go.
our first secured grand finalists, Yoru, Gen 1, and CRL, taking down a Blacklist with a 3-0 sweep earlier. And they will be that first team to look forward to.
Such a clean record. And maybe this is about time for us to point out the contrast between these teams as well. Because specifically here for FENNEL, they've been able to conquer Fosense in a 3-2
Hey!
sweep. And you can see that entrance. Oh,
Mr.
specifically.
Yorito's got the aura.
Yeah, the aura is there.
And you can
They're
feel it, man.
pumped up.
The way they won that series is great. You could not have asked for anything better. 2-0 down, and then the reverse sweep taking down the PGRT champions. The tournament favorites in that kind of win is an insane statement to make. So now we're going to find out which among these teams will be crowned as the first ever PARAVOX Championship International winners.
Once again, would it be the ones who's been able to end it quick or the ones who thrive in pressure? And we are about to find about that later on before we even see which are the maps that we're gonna play into, because I feel like that's going to be a key aspect that we have to take into account heading onto this one. Most importantly, that your jacket looks so good.
Yes, indeed. Embroidered, by the way. This is
Yeah.
not print.
And you can see like you've been wearing like pretty similar to what our casters in Japan are
We are
actually.
manifesting. We're manifesting
Manifesting so
Japan
hard.
2025. That will be there on ground next time. Of course, it's the growth of PARAVOX as an esport is insane, man. We got so many teams joining in here. We got some presence out of Europe, got some presence out of Brazil, and now it's gonna come down back to where it all began in Japan. Japan versus Japan matchup for our grand final. And first of all, it's gonna be Riddle Order here on the docket. We saw great performances out of Gen 1, out of Euro, and CRL being that support player is something to look out for.
And also pointing out that Gen 1 has been like the groundbreaking anchor here for this team, and CRL and Drew pushing anyone out from a specific strike point, in and out, weaving in and out, and super good in terms of their movement. Their coordination is so pristine that even if that it is so chaotic, in some sort of way, it is still managed.
Yeah. And the thing is here, it doesn't really matter who you're playing up against. Riddle Order are going to be able to find a way to find some method to the madness.
Yeah.
You saw how they were able to shut down Blacklist earlier, and this is going to be some really great things. Knowing that it's going to be a Japan versus Japan matchup, the oldest server in the game, this is where things really spice it up. And it's going to be FENNEL on the other side of this. We saw Melon pop off with the Nova and even go blow to blow against Brook on the Juno in the last few maps of our series as well.
And what I'm really curious to know here is what is going to be the prowess and even the mechanical skills present here for FENNEL, because it's just now that we have been able to witness them here in the global stage. Maybe in Japan they've been there for quite some time, but now that all the stakes are on the table and it's already up for them to taking, and how they'll be able to show that they are indeed the ones who are the greatest, most especially that they gunned down the morale and the existing champions on full sets. So we have seen the Kelsey, the Beat Dot, the Norta, and Hinatoto, and even with the Nova onto Melon, and some to switch ups as well in terms of their brands. But I wonder if they would be able to pull off that Kudo that we haven't been able to see earlier on. It's about time for them to pull out some new strats and what they have hiding, and I wonder if it is about time.
Yeah, that's really going to be the question here. Do they have any changes in mind?
Yeah.
Especially with the maps that are going to be coming out here. We're going to be starting it out on Space.
Ooh.
Oh, this is a classic. Start on
Okay.
Space, Launch Complex, Neo City as the third Space, then Launch Complex again.
Wow. Okay, so we are gonna be heading on to the classic, and it will be played twice, ladies and gents, and everything in between. We, of course, we strive for inclusion, but other than that, Launch Complex, quite some time that
Yeah,
we
haven't
haven't
seen this map
we
in a
haven't
while,
seen this in a
Mochi.
hot minute. It is gonna be nice because that just means some integrations that is quite new to our eyes might actually commence in this one.
Yeah. We'll see what Launch Complex looks like for FENNEL. It is a FENNEL pick. It's been picked twice here in the series. So we'll see how this is going to work in their favor. Do they go back to their old classic weapon lineup, or will it be the continuous innovation? Will they pull out something different?
Of course. And since we're seeing a couple of maps being played a couple of times, potentially in this one, I wonder if they are looking into pulling this off as a long journey, like a close match, like 3-2 or 2-3, or would it be the opposition or the opposite? Because just by basing from the maps that we currently have, it seems like they're anticipating a long series to happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be looking like one, man. And the thing about these two teams, they both have that consistency. They're able to sustain that performance from the first map up until the very last, and that's something that we're gonna be looking forward to, because based on like what we've seen over the last few events, very few teams have the ability to maintain that level of performance up until the very end of a long series, especially since most of our events, even our qualifiers, most of them will be best of threes. But these teams, both of them have played 2 best of 5s today.
Yeah, and there's also this differential of the ones who have been primed up ever since earlier on that came from such of a tough match, or would it be the ones who got enough rest and got the chance to actually review everything that's happening as the tournament goes by? And it's already like a common denominator of, like what you said, the consistency present from both teams, and who's going to be much more explosive, considering that RIDDLE Order has been able to show how good they are against fighting Blacklist International earlier on.
Yeah. And even then, right, even knowing that you're going up against Blacklist International, there is that added layer, right? During that best of 3 match, there is a little bit of time that they could have used to rest. So that could have been used for reviewing, for resting. It doesn't matter
Right? Yeah.
what it was, but both these teams are going to be in an altered state of reality. Na when it comes down to it, these guys are going to have to think about how they're going to approach their opponents, where they have already faced each other in the regional qualifier for PCI. And this time, since they have faced each other in that situation, with this being on a new stage, whoever wins on top will not only be King of Japan, but also King of PCI.
Yeah, and knowing that this is the first one, this is gonna be groundbreaking for the record. And imagine leaving history at the early stages of the game, so-called PARAVOX. And it's just gonna be a great ride for both of our teams on this one, and even playing up to their comfort, considering that they're on the land where they came from.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I gotta add, there's also no jet lag for these guys.
Yep, no jet lag, yeah.
And of course,
all.
being used to the crowd as well. The home crowd buff is present on both sides. So it's a pretty equal matchup. I'd like to say that, but when we see the way that both these teams play, I think I am leaning more towards FENNEL based on how they played against Full Sense here,
Same.
knowing that they have that that can-do attitude, right? Being able to
Yeah.
maintain your performance from start to end, whether or not it was a good start.
I would like to assume, though, that they're already prepared to kick Melon off his position, because that is pretty similar to what they did earlier on. Now we have a Kelsey user once again, Norita, which has been, not gonna lie, it's been quite unstable from the last series that we
That is
had,
true.
but still fighting and still trying to improve as time goes by. But what Riddle always wants to do, though, is as much as possible, we want to tip them off the balance as early as possible, so that it will be much more difficult for them to adapt and overcome. Now, we currently have the usual loadouts here. We have the Nova, the Beatdown, and the Juno. Kelsey is going to be nowhere to be found for Riddle Order. And it seems like they are actively refraining from using the Kelsey as well.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one, knowing that at Riddle Order they're a very aggressive team, and they have the ability to maintain that aggression for an entire map, for an entire series.
Yep.
But then it becomes a question of whether or not they're gonna be able to do it against their fellow countrymen, their fellow Japanese squad on the other side of FENNEL, who have a little bit more of an unconventional style to the game, especially since we are gonna be seeing a lot of pressure on the Juno player for FENNEL, as opposed to for the side of Riddle Order. You got two main attackers on the Nova and on the Juno.
Yes, indeed. And before...
Point A.
starting off pretty close as well. The contestment is just active before he even get like a couple or more scores here from Riddle Order. But Spectrum Wall, once again, definitely denying some space and action at the present time. But Gen 1 and Ruru already good for one, both of them for the taking.
Here we go. Now Riddle down 2 players. But FENNEL, man, FENNEL have no points. What? Never mind. I speak too soon. But you get the point, right? Now the shutdown coming in from FENNEL. This is where it comes from. Their tenacity of being able to come back from a loss, or come back from being in a lower status than your opponent. They got the shutdown here. Tactical Echo being brought out as well, with Melon playing on the mid-range as well, making sure that Riddle Order are not given any room to breathe here.
No room to breathe. But Gen 1, already low in terms of HP, still trying his best in order to defend himself. But unfortunately, not going to be the case, as Norita been able to secure him with a blow. But trades are still coming in here, super close. These two Japanese are just setting it up. And Hinatoto shutting CRL down.
That's going to be the second shutdown already for FENNEL now, but we are still struggling here. 21-20, a 1-point difference, and Riddle barely in the lead right now with a photon coming in. Gen 1 peppered with bullets from all directions, looking for some help, but cannot get there in time. It's still 21-22. You see how close this game is, Mochi, with a couple of kills coming in for Riddle. It'll give them that advantage that is much needed.
And I wonder how long would FENNEL be actual to take everything that's being thrown onto them. Most importantly, once again, Kelsey, pretty difficult, if I may say, in terms of keeping it on track, rather defending themselves, or rather backing up your teammates. Like, all of those, that combination is gonna be a bit of a struggle. But Melon, look at this guy just popping off.
Another shutdown for FENNEL, but it makes you really question, though, Mochi, what's going on here. Because despite the number of shutdowns that FENNEL have gotten, Riddle are still in the lead in terms of points. And remember, the objective of the game is not getting kills. The objective is getting points on the strike point, keeping control of that slice of land. But unfortunately, Riddle, now for the first shutdown in this entire map, takes down FENNEL here and extends their lead to 10 points. They're at 41-30 right now.
And I think this is about time where timing comes into play. Like, especially that it's just the early stages here. Once again, like what you've said, shutdowns wouldn't necessarily that matter that much. But now, things will come with a greater cost. But we're seeing some chase downs currently happening. And Yuru is just taking his time of day, trying to secure some scores. But never mind, as he's going to be stopped in his tracks by North.
Yeah, but it's happening again, Mochi. Now, with the fact that your respawn timer extends with every strike point that passes by, FENNEL are finally getting the most out of those shutdowns, most out of those kills. Now, looking to follow up on it. Riddle, though, looking to answer back. Norita will fall, and this point-blank shots being taken on to Mr. Hinatoto. Gen 1 going absolutely insane right now. And FENNEL, they have come screeching to a halt.
Oh my, hold on, Huff is able to get to heal. Finally, already back in the ball game as he tries to contest, tried to fight them up. But unfortunately, it seems like they're being quite consumed, but Gen 1 will be eliminated by Hinatoto here. Just gonna be capitalizing more on the mobility, but they will be getting 1 for each shutdown onto CRL after quite some time.
Yep, 5 and counting for FENNEL right now to actually fully catch up to Riddle here. Remember, we talked about earlier that it was not going to be the kills at the start of the game that would matter the most. But if you can catch up, then that's all that matters here. Gen 1 trying to stay alive here with a beat out in his hands. Cannot stay alive with a ghost track on. Melon takes him, but now there's still 2 more on Riddle's side as FENNEL are gathering the points one by one to try and make things easier to catch up to end this game. But Melon is still alive here. He is live and kicking.
Live and kicking. Spectrum Wall gonna be denying his existence, but he managed to make his way onto it, and it's all about the damage being dealt. On contrary to Riddle. Oh, now they managed to equalize and even get more out of that. The shutdown and the points continuously being added up onto what they currently have.
40 seconds now left here, and on the outside, FENNEL, they have seemed to not give a care in the world about that strike point because they know that all they need to do is hunt down the enemies. Only 16 points to go here for FENNEL. Get the first map in this series. Norita taking that space, but Riddle answering back with 2 kills. It's going to be Norita now alone, stuck on the inside as Riddle are looking to gather as many points as possible to catch up. 16 seconds and counting as we move towards the last strike point before going in for a full cycle. And it's going to be a wild goose chase here, man. Norita absorbing the damage, getting the health, and continuing to pepper down the bullets on the enemy team. But it's only a 5-point difference.
Everyone just chasing each other off, and you can see here in bird's eye view. They're pretty close with each other here for Riddle Order. But on the contrary, wow, FENNEL is spread out, waiting into who they can actually kill. And with just 8 more or 7 more points, it's just continuously stacking. And before we even know it, they are going to take this one. Pretty close, but still, FENNEL has been gonna be taking that match that fast.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Riddle Order, they were not able to handle the aggression from FENNEL. We talked this about earlier, that FENNEL are a team that can get aggressive. They can maintain that until the very end. You literally could see it. They were getting shutdowns in strike point A, shutdowns in strike point B, and shutdowns even in strike point C, where everything has just turned into a mess for their adversaries, Riddle Order. And when those shutdowns did happen, man, the amount of value that you would get out of the shutdowns is insane.
Insane. And I feel like that's also like the struggle of being continuously shut down in the early stages. That just means you're giving all the more familiarity to FENNEL to understand how you guys work. And if they can't do that in the early stages, what more on the later stages?
Yep.
And we have been able to point out that every single strike point, as it advances, the respawn time also adds up.
Yeah.
And with that struggle, and Riddle hasn't been able to get or crack it or understand how they can refrain from those scenarios. But well played for FENNEL for being able to take the first point of the series.
And they looked real good, actually. You could see even at the start when it was man-on-man violence, right? They were still getting these shutdowns. And it's, you gotta say that when it comes to strike point A, it's hard to get a shutdown as early as that, knowing that it's only a 10-second respawn timer on the first strike point. So it really talks about the mechanical prowess of FENNEL as a squad, knowing that they can get those kills, that they have the ability to take them down and in quick succession.
Yep. It's pretty quick. Everything that's happening. All the eliminations here is somewhat comparatively similar to a domino effect, if I may say. Because once that someone falls down, automatically the others follow. Pretty similar to what we are seeing
like
right
we
now
saw right
at
now.
the replay. And how timely could that be, right? But Nelen is still alive alongside the other members. And they are looking into closing this off quick if given the chance.
Yeah, and the chance is going to be there. They now have the lead here for our best of 5 series. All they need is 2 more maps. They can keep up this performance from map number 1 and sustain it all the way for the rest of the series. It would not be a surprise for them to sweep this. But considering the numbers that we have on the board right now, the 100 to 83, it's maybe too close to call as well.
Yeah, and may I also point out that I feel like what they can do here for Riddle Order is do the same thing that they have inflicted on Blacklist International earlier on. The Kelsey is still there. The question here is, would it still be used on our next map on Launch Complex? Because if yes, all the more reason for them to do the same approach, like gatekeep them as much as possible from even using the Spectrum Wall or even using the Hound of Photon. So yeah, already up for the order to digest, understand what they can change, and maybe pull up something new, if that is the possibility.
Yeah, and speaking of new, man, we're going to be looking at how they approach this, right? We talked about the Kelsey being used as a defensive weapon.
Yep.
But Narita has been pretty aggressive on space maps. So I did not expect it to see that amount of damage being generated by that map. But it looks like they have mastered the art of being an offensive. Yeah, an offensive Kelsey player. And we're going to be looking forward to see more of that, especially on Launch Complex. We talked about how this map is built when it comes to Strike Point A, where the really big wall on one side, it makes it easier to funnel people into your range of fire, into the angles at which you would like to cover. And the same thing goes for Strike Point B as well, stuck in a corner where there's essentially you only need to look at 90 degrees off of the map.
And in these types of maps, you would normally expect that there will be a sniper, that there will be a Scotchy.
This is where the Scotchy comes in,
or
yes.
rather the
Dafferon,
yeah, the Dafferon. But I don't think that we're seeing any of those soon.
We have not seen a single sniper today.
Which is really interesting. Meta's finally being switched up. But also, another good knick-knack for this map is the fact that there are high-lows in terms of positioning. Like, you can catch anyone here off guard. Specifically, when you're using the B-Tot and the Nova, that is just an invitation to actually surprise whoever's gonna be up on your face.
Yeah. And this is also where the aggression comes from. Right? You know that you don't have the ability to play from long range. So you need to be able to sustain that aggression for an extended period of time, aka the entire map. Which is why Melon always on the Nova. You always have a Juno so that you can keep them guessing. And you can notice that both these teams, they are built for short range battles.
Yep.
Even with the Kelsey existing there, the B-Tot is still in use. It's in the rotation of weapons that we've been seeing for today. In our playoffs, and in this kind of bracket, man, you cannot fail because there's only one chance, only one life, and even then, if you don't win it here, you're gonna be going home early. But with that being said, it looks like we're gonna be going into the second map Launch complex in full swing.
Before we even notice it, everyone's HP is half, and eventually someone will be down. Gen 1 eliminated here from Melon as they see the trades coming in as well, fighting their life off of strike point A. Oh, this is Mayday for both teams.
Yeah, bloodbath here. Kill after kill after kill right now, but at least FENNEL, they are going to be in the lead for momentarily. Riddle, Gen 1. He has the Ghost Drag trying to catch them unawares of his current positioning, but is not going to be able to find an opening to do that.
Ooh.
The Spectrum Wall being used up as well to block off the entrances for Riddle to get inside of the strike point.
The Photon definitely eliminated shortly. I feel like the skill is not going to be capitalized
Oh!
much, but CRL and Gen 1 will be eliminating the rest of the squad here. Even a shutdown onto Melon. Still pretty close in terms of the points, but once again, it's all about the HP existing with these teams because that would be a predictable way for us to know who is gonna be the king of the hill.
And the answer back here from FENNEL is going to be a couple of kills and a shutdown of their own here.
Oh.
Looking like another opportunity to get themselves back on the board. We are equaling the scoreline, but now CRL is going to have an answer for it. Takes out Norita here. A 1-point differential between these two teams. It's kind of the same as what we saw back on Space Map, but now it's going to be a question of who's going to be able to finish the story.
Who's gonna be able to finish that indeed? Because right now, 21-21 on our
Norita.
scoreline. Norita just popping up, but Euro will be answering him back instead. But Spectrum Wall doing wonders from both ends. But in terms of duels, someone's gonna be running low in terms of health, and he better run or else he's gonna be hunted down. Oh, the push and pull, but still, FENNEL is getting the advantage against them.
7 points in the lead here for FENNEL. Riddle finally giving control of the strike point here, but there's too many people coming at him from too many different angles here. Norita takes down Euro here. They are going to be down a man. CRL and Gen 1 and a struggle for it, but there is going to be damage done. Gen 1 takes one down before he's ever eventually traded off. FENNEL still in the lead. Even with what Riddle has been doing so far, FENNEL are still able to keep control of the territory. Make sure that they don't get the opportunity to stand in the strike point without being contested by an opponent.
Look at just how much FENNEL's been able to grow over time, no? Considering that this is just like their second major appearance after PGRT last June against Reject. But now they're just facing Riddle Order off, but this feels like I spoke too soon, as little by little they're trying to equalize everything, and little do we know, they've been able to snatch back the strike point again.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 10-point lead here coming in from them, but the problem is Riddle Order, finally taken it back. It's really a crawl for both these teams. You notice in the first map how it was always 3 points at a time that these teams were able to do it, right? It's really close. It is neck and neck. Whenever they make an attempt to further their score, there's always an answer back. 2 points, 3 points maybe, or even taking the lead from your opponent. But this time, man, it's turned into a full-on battle royale.
Yeah, and I think it's also undeniable to point out that sometimes it all boils down to how can you outsmart and outspeed your opponent, especially when it comes to our HPs being this low. These guys are still existing. Never mind, Hinatoto is going to be falling under the hands of CRL, but Melon still trying to fend them off, unfortunately. And in the good amount of time, he's going to be completing his HP points once again.
Yeah, but now here we got FENNEL again in control. Looking to take it here, but Norita will fall at the hands of Euro, which is not going to be good news for FENNEL. They do still have control again. 7-point difference and counting as Gen 1 and the rest of Riddle Order gathering themselves for the fight that is going to be brought their way. Norita finally back. Now Euro playing a game of cat and mouse, a game of hide and seek among the buildings here in Launch Complex. And look at him. Now Euro from behind, not expected in his position. Melon sustaining so much damage. It will fall at the hands of Euro.
Before he even ran away, he's gonna be quiet after all the shots connecting onto him. But Riddle is already racking up all those points. 67, 1 by 1. And FENNEL is quite lost in trying to pin down the locations of their moments of their opposition, but FENNEL already running low in terms of HP, pretty much similar to Riddle Order.
Yeah. Now Norita finds Gen 1 here. Good start for them. They have lost that lead that they were working so hard to take earlier. And now FENNEL are answering back with so much force. Taking down 2 in quick succession. It's going to be CRL now alone. And again, it's a crawl. Both teams 5 points, 6 points at a time. Gen 1 takes down Hinato here. And now Melon down again at the hands of CRL. It's going to be Norita. Last man standing for FENNEL as they are counting down the seconds on our respawn timer. Running for the health, cannot take it in time! It's going to be the shutdown coming in from Riddle Order. And 75 points and counting for the secondary squad.
No man's land for Strike Point C. They've got tons of points from that one. Now on a 15-point lead, but FENNEL will try to act quick, try to contest, try to at least narrow down the numbers against Riddle Order, but seems like it's not seemingly possible because he's just holding him off.
Oh,
Finally,
Melon.
CRL will be dying. Hinatoto, though, will try to catch up with the
Oh!
other members. And before you even know it, it is going to be a wipeout.
Full-on shutdown coming in from FENNEL just in time. They will be taking this lead. Now it's a question of how long they can maintain at Mochi. Look at this. Melon already on the hunt for whoever is going to respawn first. They do see CRL shots coming in from behind. A little bit of a firing squad as FENNEL trying to count down the moments. Only 10 seconds to go. 10 points to go. But Riddle, they're already fighting back. They're already coming in, making sure that they're not going to be taking this easy. Gen 1 up close and personal to beat Dot. The shotgun being used up right now. Homing Photon as well out in the open as Gen 1 is trying to anchor onto it. He takes down Melon in the process, but look at this. Spectrum Wall making sure that he cannot get any kind of utility, any kind of results out of that. It's so close right now. 2 people down. Norita is going to be alone. It's only the 1 player for FENNEL standing between them and this map victory, and it is counting down the 3-point difference and less as they are slowly making progress, making their way to the end of this map right now. 94 for FENNEL, who have taken control again. It's a crawl, slower than a snail right now, gathering up the points. But Riddle, they strike first. They take down Norita. They take Minatoto, and it's gonna be Melon left alone, trying to keep it alive. And the movement so far, he is still alive. He is still distracting them, keeping them. He takes down Gen 1, single-handedly keeping it alive right now. But there's only 2 points for Riddle Order. Waiting for his teammates, waiting for the way to survive in this map. Still, the movement is so good. He lets go though, but there's time. The teammates have come. The cavalry has arrived. And FENNEL, they've taken control. They've taken CRL. Euro is here, but it's a 2v3, a 1v3. And FENNEL, from behind, they take the second map.
And that's actually a 2-0 on this series. What a well-played match here, specifically for FENNEL, wherein they have been able to just dominate. I mean, it's pretty close, it's neck and neck, but still they reigned victorious, and it's because of the collective effort present here for FENNEL specifically, wherein they have been able to overwhelm our members coming from Riddle Order, which is definitely such of an astounding way to end everything. And we are now heading on to our third map, where it is going to be Neo City, and I feel like we have already witnessed how they play on this one. Specifically, FENNEL, there's just one more map to go.
One map. And that last map was a banger, you gotta admit. It was so close. 2 more seconds, and if it was not for Melon himself, it would have been the end of that. But instead, they snatch it from the jaws of defeat and get themselves that 2-0 map lead. They are on the way of what could be a possible perfect 3-0 record for the win here in PCI 2024.
Yeah, and you can see these players just definitely content on how they have been able to perform so far, despite of the fact that the continuous denial from Riddle Order is being thrown at them. They've been able to outshine them in some sort of way. And once again, it's still the strength and numbers present here. And that's what matters the most. The coordination and synergy existing here for FENNEL and how they will be able to hold out consistent until the very end.
And I honestly, I am speechless with what we just witnessed, right? It was literally 2 points.
Yeah.
Literally
It's
2
more
points. It was a 1v3 for the longest time. Somehow he survives long enough for his teammates to respawn, and then the wipeout comes. That's absolutely insane material there.
And you're even seeing the replay here. I mean, in the early stages, we can see some signs of life being breathed into RIDDLE Order, wherein they have been able to demolish FENNEL, but instantly with just how low their HP are and how they have been able to reach out for the heals, they cannot last out that long. But also the beauty on this one is that both of them are actually pretty low in terms of HP. It's just a battle of attrition and how they can actually outsmart them in terms of movement.
Yeah. And again, you could see also how RIDDLE Order were able to take control early in the game. The number of shutdowns that they had, and this was so close. Literal seconds apart. If it were not for one thing happening, this exact map will not have happened, because you could see every time a team would get control of the strike point, it would be 2 points, 3 points, 4. Unless it was a full-on wipeout, which was much needed for FENNEL to even get this. Look at this. Melon got away with daylight robbery. They were sitting on 2 points away. This guy played around like it was nobody's business long enough to distract them from his teammates coming in, and then they wiped them out. That is absolute cinema.
And it's super perfect how long he has been able to hold out and wait for the other members to actually arrive in strike point C, because it's just a matter of ring around the rosy and holding or hugging even the pillar.
Literally hugging. This guy was playing ring around the rosy like it was no one's business.
And it's just crazy how he has been able to take control and just let the members of RIDDLE Order to play on his palm and dance. And such a phenomenal performance for our second map, and I am really looking forward how they'll be able to play in Neo City, where there's going to be more chases present, there's going to be more gatekeeping present, and with how FENNEL's been able to play this one, well, we're in it for a treat.
And you can see how close this was, actually. There's more kills, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of RIDDLE Order. But onto the side of their opponents, you can really see that this was a struggle that came in at the very last moment. They only got a couple of shutdowns when it came down to strike point C, and that very last one was what made all the difference.
And even with the 37.89% from Hinatoto just seals the deal, no? Like, this dude is like guarding a strike point like there's no tomorrow.
Guy did not care. He was gonna
just minding
protect
his own
it with
business.
life and limb. That's what he did.
Exactly. And RIDDLE Order, so close yet so far, 2-0 in the series. I'll make it or break it heading onto our third map. I wonder what's going to be the changes in terms of behavior this time.
And this is Neo City. Again, we talked about this being the oldest map in PARAVOX. One that has been tried and tested and true for every single squad out there. So there is no excuse for these teams to not be familiar with it. We're going to have to see how it looks. Will it be the continued pattern that FENNEL will keep this lead and finish it with a 3-0? Or will RIDDLE Order bring us to map 4 and even map 5?
Yeah, that is going to be the question here, because that would be crazy if RIDDLE Order would give them a taste of their own medicine with a reverse sweep. Not that I'm cursing it or I am predicting it, it's just a possibility.
It is indeed a possibility. I mean, we literally saw a reverse sweep just earlier. The way that FENNEL beat Full Sense is something that has to be remembered, man. That was some great PARAVOX that we got to see earlier. But now we are approaching what could possibly be the last map of 2024 here for PCI. Will it be RIDDLE Order keeping themselves alive, or will it be FENNEL sealing the deal and crowning themselves king of the PARAVOX Championship International for this year?
Once again, everyone, we have been able to see FENNEL in their local competitive scene, but now they're on the global stage facing up again the fellow Japanese team. And imagine how big of a statement would it be to just grace them with your presence from being local promising team to someone phenomenal globally.
Yeah. This is what makes the difference between standing tall in your home ground and doing it on the global stage. And these guys, we didn't even see them in the last global event we had in PARAVOX. They did not make it to the global stage of PGRT. Neither of these teams, in fact. Both these teams came in as underdogs for this tournament, our year-ender for 2024. And now, FENNEL are standing on the precipice of ending it, of crowning themselves.
In terms of thought and intuition, though, pretty sure that these teams are already thinking the most that they can in order to execute something well. But specifically, from the past couple of maps, it's just FENNEL time and time again.
I mean, they're just so clean.
Yeah, it's so clean.
Even when they're behind, they find ways to halt the momentum of their opponents. And they don't wildly run into conflict. You saw that in the last one. Melon's job was to delay it for as long as possible, wait for his teammates to come back before they went all in on the attack. And those decisions, those quick decisions from these teams really make or break them. You could see that behavior out of Blacklist. There's no one here. Okay, Shintaro's gonna go all the way in, 1v3. Nothing happens because he's outnumbered. The same thing for Boogie, same thing for Yanagi. And you could say that for all the teams here. But this, the patience, the willingness to wait for your teammates, to believe in the squad, believe in the team that you formed here, the 3-man squad you have, is something that is unique to this experience of PCI in the grand final. FENNEL showing that specifically in the last map, and RIDDLE ORDER also willing to do that, able to show that they have different looks, a variety of different looks, to make sure that they do not become readable.
All boils down to what play is next and who will take part in that execution. And we are yet to see with the last few moments for our third map. Once again, Neo City, the OG map, wherein every single PARAVOX player should have been able to master right now. They should have known the extremities, the corners, and even set a feel of the aerial duels that might actually happen in this one. But given all of the mechanical skills existing amongst these players is how they use that in order to create a wonderful symphony amongst others.
Yeah. And again, maybe as well, we might see something new. We might see something different. We've had enough time between this and the last two series that both these teams may have had an option to study, to prepare something new, so that they do not become readable in the third map. And this is Neo City again. It's a default map. Everyone knows what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a Scotchy out of nowhere, if you see a Bonrat out of nowhere. Those are the things that you would not expect, but could be brought out in a best of 5 because it's a battle of attrition. It's a battle of keeping them on their toes for the entire series. Otherwise, you could just fall flat. And this is what FENNEL are doing. They are ahead 2 maps right now. They denied the second map win, which was literal inches away from being won by their adversaries here. But FENNEL still did it.
Yeah, and there's gonna be tons of questions and what ifs here. Just most importantly, if they will stick to what works or what not, and if they're gonna be switch things up that's never been seen before.
Yeah. Things are going to get real interesting on the third map of the series as our teams are preparing themselves. Got to make sure that all is fair. It is cold in Tokyo, sometimes it does affect electronics. So I guess we're waiting for things to get fixed in that regard. But yeah, I mean, the story for both these squads is great. It's like they were written by a movie script writer.
Yeah, I mean, that's also like the wonderful thing in these types of leagues. You can see how these players grow, how they adapt, how they try to set up to the standard or even more than the standard specifically, and leave their legacy in the game, specifically here in PARAVOX. Still quite young, and there's gonna be a lot more stuff to unpack here, and I'm pretty sure that everything's gonna be so promising in the future, seeing how things are right now.
Yeah, you can see it again. This is the second global event we've had. We're seeing players come from all kinds of regions, all countries. Man, we got Filipinos, we got Thai people flying over to Japan, Brazilians flying over to Japan to participate in the global event of PARAVOX. So there's really the idea of being on the world stage like that. It really hits different here. It gives you that extra confidence, that extra energy, and depending on the person, maybe a little bit of extra pressure as well.
Yeah.
That you could be looking forward to. Luckily for these two squads that we are watching today, the last two in our tournament, it is the home crowd for them, so they should be feeling comfort out of that as well.
Yep, and as they might say, it's, pressure can make eggs into hard-boiled eggs. Pressure can make coal into diamonds, and it's already up to whoever's experiencing it if this is gonna be turning for the better or for the worse. And currently, Riddle Order is on a really tough spot here, and it's already up to them how they can withstand and even get a hold of that pressure and turn it into something magical, if I may say, as cliche as it may sound. But once again, third map. If they can take this one, they can leave more than history.
Yeah, but the problem is what we've seen out of Riddle Order, at least the last two maps, right? They have the ability to take that lead, to get close to the objective, but we haven't seen them convert in this series yet. I don't know if it's being tired, or if it's being up against the likes of FENNEL that's getting to them. But they can't let that happen. They cannot afford to, because now they are on the precipice. They are looking into the abyss, and that abyss is defeat at the hands of their fellow countrymen FENNEL.
And we're back into our current brands. The weapons used are still the usual, but the question here is, will the you good?
I'm good.
Will the play styles still be different or the same, especially in this type of map where it's all about the chasing game, or not? Because earlier we have seen a Riddle Order play in Neo City, right?
We have.
And it's been super one-sided.
It was so one-sided earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, Riddle Order, they did so well that one would not have expected them to actually lose here. We said earlier this was going to be a 50-50 matchup. I had a little bit of a feeling that FENNEL was going to be better because they were tested more. Right? Having more reps does translate into more experience. More experience means that you will have had more learning opportunities, which is arguable.
Exactly.
So it's maybe a couple maps difference between these two teams. But at the same time, the way that they were able to overcome those last two maps, specifically the second map where it was 98 to 100,
Man.
that is something that you cannot recreate on purpose. That's something that comes from that tenacity, the passion. With that being said, of course, we are looking at what could possibly be the last map of 2024. It is going to be right here on the original Neo City. And we started off right now with Hinatoto with the first blood.
And even being answered by CRL, but all of the action is still commencing right now. Hinatoto running low in terms of HP with the rest of the squad, actually, and they're just going to be eliminated shortly. And this is about time and chance for Riddle Order to actually get additional points from this one. And yes, a clean sweep here in that instant.
We saw this happen earlier. They did the same thing. They got the shutdowns early in the game, but they couldn't replicate in the late game. They couldn't become consistent, be stable enough to maintain that performance all throughout the entire map. And now, Menon already fighting back. He takes down Gen 1. The Spectrum Wall's in the way. CRL solo playing around this pillar, trying to stay alive up against the 1v3 right now, but he will fall. Euro, CRL, gone. Gen 1, the only man inside of the strike point here, sustaining damage from all different corners. This is going to be the movement, a question of tracking, a question of timing from them if they can keep this lead. And FENNEL, they've gotten themselves up to 16.
16, well, the chase has been coming in. The contestment is not stopping. Melanin alongside other members of the squad is already running low in terms of HP, but they're still trying to fight them all off. Melanin and Naruto will be hitting a couple, and CRL will be trying to answer back. Naruto, though, pretty low in terms of HP. Someone's gonna be there for the rescue. Oh my, this is gonna be such a fun, interesting matchup, but he's gonna be chased down by Euro.
Is going to be chased down indeed. And now the problem is, look at that. The double kill for Euro, giving them the advantage. But look at this, Melon coming back with it. Damage done, taking down Gen 1 as Euro and the rest of Riddle are trying against who God knows what to keep themselves alive on the first strike point. Now though, FENNEL, they've taken control again. It's 23-22. Both these teams inching, taking it point by point to get themselves moving forward. But Hinatoto takes down CRL here. They locked him up with a Spectrum Wall as well. And the threat coming in with the Photon slowly making its way towards the enemy team. Gen 1 solo and gone. FENNEL taking it like this, the shutdown in response and getting themselves up to 30.
Getting themselves on to 30 indeed. Euro with the launchers of HP, and despite of the efforts, it's not just it here for Riddle Order, and they're still 10 points up ahead. Gen 1 with the low in terms of HP, but still he's trying to fight it off. Unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. 36 now for FENNEL. Oh, it's just the chase coming in. Riddle Order. Oh my, it is such a struggle on their end.
And it's happening again. The art of Sun Tzu, divide and conquer, they said, and divide and conquer they will. FENNEL taking them apart, keeping them distracted, making sure that they can't play as a team. CRL, Euro, and Gen 1 confused as to which direction they can even look in, looking for their opponents, but they get stunned, they get taken. The utility raining down on them here as FENNEL taking control now of strike point B. Riddle struggling at every corner to take that control.
The consistency is phenomenal here for Melon alongside others, and
how is he still alive?
I don't know as well, because this dude has been alive ever since the dawn of time for some reason, and with just 5 more points and even more here, FENNEL is trying to get utmost advantage contrary to Riddle Order.
But the stun coming in from CRL, they take down Melon here. First strike giving them the advantage. A second coming in from Euro here. Hinatoto,
is it time?
Last man, the shutdown coming in for Riddle Order. It's gonna be a painful one. They get the lead and will continue to extend that even more as FENNEL will look to regroup. They spot out one Melon who is absorbing the bullets. 50 HP for him. Norita has come back and so has Hinatoto, but now will they be able to reunite as a team? Spectrum Wall being brought out, making things a little bit more difficult, a little bit more complex for Riddle Order to get in there. Melon takes down CRL, his main damage dealer. Norita takes down Euro here. It's Gen 1 left, the beat dot in his hands. He has to play up close and personal. He has to be able to convert this, but FENNEL, they are not letting him get the opportunity. The chance will not be granted, and FENNEL again in the lead.
Acceleration might possibly be getting into Riddle because FENNEL is just continuously snatching the strike point B away from them as much as possible and making it harder for them to actually reach the strike point themselves. But Gen 1 once again being chased down like a mouse. All the while, he is quite lost into where he should put himself, where should he position himself, because he's continuously being gunned down, and if not, he's being blocked by the Spectrum Wall.
It doesn't matter, man. The objective here, it keeps switching up. Do I step on the strike point. Do I deny the points? Do I back off? Do I stay alive? What do I do? And this is where the confusion comes from. FENNEL now in the lead with Hinatoto taking down Gen 1 like this. Makes things a little bit more difficult, as well as now they have taken strike point B in their control. Euro, 39 HP, still alive, playing with the Nova, trying to chase down his opponents, but there's too many people on the other side of this. Zero, now he's going to be taken down. It's going to be Gen 1, CRL, trying to retake this strike point, but FENNEL, they are crawling. They're on the other side of this, and they're already in strike point C. The run for the third strike point, the run for the victory, and only 25 points to go for FENNEL.
Oh, and it comes to play the monsters of consistency.
Oh!
Just inching it up further, but Riddle is there to actually try and bite back against them.
And look at Melon.
Oh, Melon, just running. Not quite sure where he is gonna go, but before we even know it, the HP is already complete, and Oda Momeri for him to put himself into a better position.
Gen 1 being given that respite. As everyone was hunting down Melon, he gets to rack up the points for the team Anchor onto it, but they have not been able to take the lead. It's a 3-point lead for him. Ghost Track coming in for Gen 1. He wants to catch them by surprise, playing back and forth here. Cannot connect the shots, at least for now, as FENNEL bouncing up and down like a bunch of crickets right now for making sure that the tracking is not going to be easy for Riddle Order, but we're tied up here. Melon takes down Mr. Yoro here. It's going to be a 2v3 here, but see, strike point C, continuous, the kills coming in for FENNEL right now. Gen 1 so low, absorbing the damage from so many different angles. Eventually taking down the shutdown for FENNEL, and with only 20 points to go, this might be it, Mochi. Yuro is back, but what can he do as it's slowly counting down the victory for FENNEL? Easily in the reach. They can taste it right now, but the problem is they need to get it over the finish line. But here, as they're finally coming back, all three members of Riddle finally back.
It's gonna be added up like this quick.
It's gonna be so close. And it's 95 for FENNEL. The fight still moves on. It continues. The bullets from all directions.
Just
FENNEL
raining on them.
one. Now Riddle down a member is gonna make things a lot more difficult. CRL gone, and it's gonna be the shutdown. FENNEL with the sweep will be your first ever PARAVOX Championship International winners.
That is such of a dominating match from that one. We didn't expect it to end that quick. I mean, we had started with a neck and neck 8 points, 2 points, and now 20 plus advantage onto FENNEL, well deserving being called as the champions of the PARAVOX Championship Internationals this 2024. Topping it off, so powerful. Everyone heading into a really strong start onto 2025. Bow down to your Japanese kings and witness their greatness.
And who would have thought that was one hell of a performance out of them? A story to be told for ages. They took down Full Sense, the tournament favorites, moved into the grand final and swept their countrymen for the title. And you can see it.
They smiles are on their
ecstatic.
faces.
They're so happy right now. And on the other side, there's the frustration. How close it happened, how close it got in the second map. But FENNEL denied all that. Congratulations to them.
Well deserved after even surviving really tough matches, no? Specifically from Full Sense. I mean, that's already like your glimpse of reality, and even some like foreshadowing that if they can defeat this dynasty that's been built by Full Sense themselves, what more that they can do against Riddle Order. That's just happened right now. A clean 3-0. But still, it's still worth recognizing the effort that's been put out here by Riddle Order themselves, because every single match that they've been able to grace themselves upon is still pretty close.
Yeah. And you gotta love it as well. This is the first year for PARAVOX Esports. We thought we were gonna get an era of Full Sense. No, it was not gonna be long for new kings to rise to the top. And it looks like it's possibly anyone's game for 2025. Because no one is one master, man.
Yeah.
No one will always be at the top. It will always be a struggle. And again, when you are at the top, heavy is the crown. That things get scary when the target is on your back for the next tournament.
The responsibility and the expectations might actually get into you. But once again, once that you fall, there's no way but up. So, it's all about time before we even see what's going to be the improvements and even what's going to be cooked up for us up to the upcoming year. But right now, it's all about FENNEL just making the most of this moment of being the champion from PCI 2024. And, what a way to heat up the winter in Japan.
Yeah, what a way to heat it up indeed. And wow, what a show to end the year, to cap off the inaugural PARAVOX Championship International. And what more could you asked for, right?
Yeah.
We are live in Japan. We got our Japanese champions, which we're gonna be honest, it was very apt for this to happen in their own homeland as well. And we are looking forward to more events with you guys. Of course, if you have not already, wishlist on Steam for PARAVOX. Join us in the fun. And if you want to play it right now, it's on Epic Games as well. We are also online and live on several social media platforms. We are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Soup, and X.
Yeah. I like how that's some sort of hesitation. Maybe not that name. But also, I don't know if it's already ended. You guys have the chance to actually win from our jacket giveaway in-game, of course.
In Twitch chat,
All you have to do is locate the form here in our Twitch chat and fill it up with your PARAVOX credentials, and maybe you'll be one of the next winners from our jackets as existing from RIDDLE Order, FENNEL, BLACKLIST International, Full Sense, all of the top teams that we have right now representing their specific regions.
I like how the Blacklist jacket is black and white, the way that it's there. But with that being said, of course, it's so exciting to see that we're getting those kinds of things happening. But wait, we're going to be throwing it over to Japan for the awarding. See you guys in a bit.
それではね、一人ずつお話を聞いていきたいと思います。まずは成田選手から率直に今のお気持ちいかがですか。
And for those who can't understand Nihongo, we're still here.
Yeah. I mean, can I also just appreciate how big the trophy is? Is that like a trophy, quote unquote? Because it's a key.
It is
right?
the key.
Yeah, it's a key.
No, it's not a key. It's a key.
That's so true. I mean, it's like unlocking the full potential heading onto 2025.
Yeah, you could say that you could unlock the future.
Future of PARAVOX and being like the...
But I wonder how heavy this is, actually.
Yeah, I wonder what it's made of, too. Because I don't think it's pretty easy to mold off some sort of metal like that.
You see that they're really happy, man.
Yeah, happy face.
But at the same time, a little bit relaxed, I guess. Pretty calm for them, which may be surprising. They just won their first ever world championship for PARAVOX. And this is history in the making, Mochi. I mean, it's 2024, the first ever, the inaugural. They have literally cemented their names in history as the first ever PCI champions.
And I wonder what is the role that rule, possibly their coach, no? Or their fourth man, in actually molding these prodigies into something more and even just demolishing Full Sense in general. Like, imagine how much willpower, how much dedication, how much perseverance we would actually need in order to conquer something like this.
Yeah. Of course, in case you guys didn't know, there are other ways to celebrate or become part of the PARAVOX community. If you guys want to join me, have the C rank quest that happens every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. All you need to do is do the quest of the day, where there will be 35 daily winners. And of the 35, you will, there's literally free money. Okay, so if you're first place, you get 10 USD, etc., etc., etc. Where the people with the highest ranks will be the winners of that. There's also a lucky draw where you can win 2.5 USD on the way.
Okay, that's tons of activities willing for us to unpack.
Yeah.
And hopefully our players are making the most out of their day right now, because because in doing so, you guys also got the chance to participate on our monthly finals of our 3v3 tournament that is going to be after the holidays, December 27, and this is going to be broadcasted live.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Bipolar and Kian, the regulars on our weekly 3v3 tournaments, where funnily enough, right, Full Sense and Blacklist are always farming that, so no surprise there.
I think this is about time for things to get changed, right? Maybe FENNEL will be there farming those things
maybe
now.
chill it. Chill out a bit on the C server. FENNEL, of course, luckily for us, when we play, we don't end up fighting against FENNEL because they're on the Tokyo server.
Yeah. We're just gonna be
I do not have hope that
savoring.
we could beat that.
Savoring what we currently have right now here in the local server.
At least I don't need to worry about fighting against champions.
Yeah, I feel like that's also going to be like a common denominator and a warning for our strong teams because, guys, as much as possible, yes, go farm all those tournaments, but at the same time, leave something as a secret.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't show everything you want. Remember, when your VODs are out in the world, people can and will analyze how you work. And I mean, we're looking forward to 2025, where the grassroots scene is already starting off with our weekly finals. What more when it comes to our global events for this year? I mean, if this is year 1, what more do we get in year 2, year 3, and beyond?
Really excited what's gonna be in it for us for the next patches. Might be a new brand, might be a new map, might be some new modes even. So once again, everyone, don't forget to download PARAVOX, available right now in Epic Games. And if not,
if you don't like
more
Epic
of
Games,
a Steam guy or
you
a
can
Steam
wishlist
gal,
on Steam.
yeah, wishlist it on Steam. But currently, right now, I'm playing it on Epic Games. So far, it's pretty good. It's pretty fun.
Yeah,
And,
you've been spamming it the last few days.
I'm spamming Nef Chief, actually.
Guys, if you see an F Chief player in
Might be
PCI or
possibly me.
PGRT 2025, it's probably Mochi.
Yeah, if you see someone named Mochi Cakes, that might be me.
But yeah, we got a little bit of a message from our co-founder at 81 Ravens. This is Go.
Sir Yoshi,
Yoshida Go. Yeah.
I'm scared to butcher his name. I'm
Yeah, he
sorry,
was
sir.
here. He was here during PGDX. He met the local broadcast team for
really?
PARAVOX. Yeah, we
How is
hung
it?
out with him at Mall of Asia, and yeah, Go's a really nice. There you go. That's a really nice looking check.
So nice.
And there you go, the first champion ever of PCI, 6 million Japanese yen to their name, and the big key trophy.
Is that made up
Congratulations to
of
them.
fiberglass?
It's looking like fiberglass to me. I
Looks
think.
fire.
Or resin, but it's probably fiberglass because that resin's way too heavy.
Yeah, that's true. And I think this is much more durable. I don't know. I'm not a fiberglass
Hey man,
enthusiast.
but I guess when we go to Japan, we gotta visit the FENNEL headquarters to see what that looks like.
Are we claiming that energy right now? I hope so. I mean, this is my first time casting here in PARAVOX, and may I just say thank you so
There you
much
go,
for
the
this
trophy.
opportunity. And they're gonna lifting up this trophy. And
Okay, it's heavy.
yeah, it is heavy. There we go. What do you think it's made of? Brass? I don't know.
You know what? I can't tell either.
Man,
Yeah, but look at the stage as well, man.
so good.
It's so nice. You got a good studio audience as well. You are looking at it, and there's a happiness on the faces of our PCI champions. You gotta love that.
Yeah, I am so glad to witness something like this in my first time of casting PARAVOX in this stage alongside with you, Giuseppe. And seeing these players having like a promising future, well, man, what a great start.
He said, thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Indeed. There you go.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone who's been able to stay tuned in our live ever since earlier 12 noon. I'm not quite sure in which
What time that is elsewhere.
Yeah, elsewhere. But regardless of wherever you are here in the world, thank you so much for staying tuned in the stage. And I guess that marks the end specifically for PCI 2024, wherein we are certain that there's going to be more to come.
Much more to come. And wow, what a day it was. What a day, what a story we got out of the teams. Congratulations to FENNEL, and we are looking forward to see much more out of them and the other teams that have competed. W7M, Red K in its full sense, and Blacklist as well in Riddle Order in 2025. But we're not going to stop there, man. This is anyone's game. PARAVOX has been around for such a short time at this point that you never know what superstars are hiding in the servers.
And what's gonna be the next big thing in terms of the maps and even the loadouts or weapons that they're gonna be using. So
yeah, and with that being said, we're going to be capping off 2024. This has been Just Suave here with Mochi. PARAVOX Championship International is signing off for the year. We'll see you guys in 2025.
see ya! Have a happy holidays!
ジだからその間にジュピターがギャップを落とすが中に入って強豪23対13いったカウントを止めに行くがジュピターお見事ここでブルック押し込んできたさあカウントもだいぶ詰まってきた38対34ここからフルセンスの巻き返し見られるか
2優先一旦逆転したのがフェンネルですが、
うまくボトンを落として次の近くにしたいいファイトになっている日向とさあダメージ取ってこう吐いて一気にプレッシャーをかけていく64対66カウントさあほぼイーブン
いった
さあエリアも変わろうかというところただまだテイクダウン起きていない一気にブルックが詰めむしろ今度は
当てる当てる
の逆襲エリアの中に戻ってきたうまくフォーカス合わせてブギに対して大ダメージブギも耐えはしたもののブルックはここでダブルテイクダウン
ですが捉え切った競り切ったという形
ギリギリだ
さあそのままオフと回復出会っちゃった宇宙
ブラックリストインターナショナルさあワンテイクダウン取っていくのはここでも慎太郎いやただブルックはここで詰め切ってプレッシャーかけに行きたいただここはやはり田村さんの話していたキルシーでどれだけダメージを出せるかというところになってきますがエリアの中で暴れているのオプトオプトのトリプルテイクダウンになっている味方と合わせて追い詰めてワンテイクダウン取ってはいくもののその間にブルックが返してスタンからのここでオプト
どうだ
ただブギーが帰ってきてオプトとアタックさあ 1v1 エリアの中お互い体力ない状態ここはブルック状態からエリア中はだいぶブラックリストも人数残してはいるんですよ落ち着いてブルックが
今日ブラックリストさあ10カウント差まで広げていこうとしている素晴らしい合わせだレイブ
いやー全員の
これでブラックリスト一旦外に出ておお1-1のトレードさあ体力状況ではフル
ただ負けじと平とどうそれをかけてお互いに回っていくどんな状態から10カウントまで進めてイーブンまであと1カウントというところでストップ
おおナイス
エリアライトただここもトレードが続いての 1v1 ガッターというところを日向とがうまく抑えたただそこに対してはキャロルがすぐさまトレードを変えて
ここで回復ヘルス状況でやや優勢になったのはさあフェンネルここでジェンワンを抑えるんですがまたトレードが素早い両方体力ローは見逃しません素晴らしいフォーカスからジェンワンキュレそのままさあ離れられるという判断か
いやフェンネルリード
フェンネル2枚でプレッシャーをかけてきたがジェンワン拾っていく味方との完璧ダブルでさあ打ち落としていく
ところバッチリ警戒はできているゴールを払えている状態にはなっているがリドルオーダーとしてもいいプレーをしている先にテイクダウン取っていくのは日向と合わせてノイタも取っていきましてここでシャットダウンか
競り勝った方が有利だぞ
よく当てた
あーでもトレードだ
まあ早いですね
さあフェンネルローですかここで日向との3で形勢は変わらずジェンワンのトレードだそしてノリタメロンだポイントここで戻って狙っていくが打ち落としていくただまたフェンネルも体力状況厳しいがジェンワンの体力もローどうなるかメロンが2枚メロンとノリタで2枚
さあユレがうまく立ち回るだいぶヘイトを稼いで時間を稼ぐことに成功している
当てすぎ
メロンの体力が一気にローだユレが冷たいに対してアタックスキルはまだ残しているいらないメロンを落としてこれで人数ウエストトリガー
ノリタを抑えてキャロルがダブルだ
キャロルだ
そのまま3対1の状況メロンはしかしまだ体力十分耐えきれるかギリギリポイントを踏まず遮蔽の裏を使ってかわしていく1枚返したあと4秒味方につなげるかどうかださあノリタが復活6カウント差リドルオーダー勝利がまだ届かないあと2カウントさあスイッチだ回復の時間は完璧に把握しているヒナトとが踏んでレイブストライクメロンが取った逆転しているぞこの